Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2878. This is the bill on the Economy, Planning, and Development Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status is that we're now in the period of individual amendments, and I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of December 10, 2024 as working draft, and recognize the sponsor, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, Mr. President, to propose amendments.
Hearing no objection, resumption of the period of individual amendments is in order. Senator Zubiri is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I was just listening to the speech of Senator Joel where he told TESDA that he increased their budget pero wala na palang budget. Okay, let's go. Proceed. Tapos tayo. Yes, Neda. Yes. Mr. President, we're ready to accept amendments. I believe Senator GB Ejercito. Huh? Yeah, wala na kami amendments, Your Honor, Mr. President.
May I know who's going to propose amendments?
Your beloved brother,
Okay.
Mr. President.
Senator JV Ejercito is recognized to propose
Thank you, Mr.
amendments.
President.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. On page 9, between lines 28 and 29, insert a new paragraph to read as follows.
Okay naman to, okay naman.
The framework shall further include the country's long-term vision, goals, and strategy for infrastructure development. A comprehensive infrastructure development master plan shall be formulated taking into consideration the country's long-term development framework. The CIDMP shall serve as the foundation for forward planning, prioritization, and development of infrastructure investment and programs. It shall serve as the integrated framework of infrastructure programs and projects of the government enterprise architecture. The CIDMP shall be reviewed and updated as the need arises in anticipation of disruptions, emergencies, crises, and new and emerging technologies and trends. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension to confer with your beloved brother an amendment to his amendment?
Session suspended.
This one? Can I read it? It's a computer. Yes, Mr. President, if with the good sponsor of the amendment, allow me to just give a simple amendment to his amendment. So if I may, Mr. President, I'll just read the page 9. The amendment as follows between lines 28 to 29. Insert the paragraph to read as follows. The framework shall further include the country's long-term vision, goals, and strategy for infrastructure development. Period. In line with this, all agencies are required to formulate and submit to the DepDev their sectoral infrastructure master plans responsive to the long-term development framework. Period. The plan shall be consolidated and vetted by the Infracom into the Comprehensive Infrastructure Development Master Plan, or the CIDMP. The CIDMP shall serve as the foundation for forward planning, prioritization, and development of infrastructure investment and programs. It shall serve as the integrated framework of the infrastructure programs and projects of government enterprise architecture. The CIDMP shall be reviewed and updated as the need arises in anticipation of disruptions, emergencies, crises, and new emerging technologies and trends. Subject to style, Mr. President. Is it approved? Can it be approved
Yes,
by our
I think that enhances the amendment,
Yes.
because most of the plans, the master plans, will come from the departments or agencies anyway.
Yes, so we so move, Mr. President. We're in agreement on the amendment.
Okay. Is there an objection? There being none, both have already agreed. The amendments are approved.
Thank you. We also have an amendment for a distinguished colleague, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Is that the amendment of Senator Risa?
No, that's the amendment of your brothers.
No, right now.
Yes, this is the
All right.
amendment of Senator Risa. If I may, or should you propose it? Oh. Okay, thank you. I can just read it to make it, so at least. May I ask for a 1-minute suspension once again, Mr. President?
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on page 4, line 6, under section 5 on the powers and
This
functions
is
of
an
the
anterior amendment.
This is, yes, an ulterior amendment. My apologies. I wanted to give way to your brother, the
Anytime.
Deputy Majority Leader. So now, now we'll have the amendments of Senator Risa Ontiveros. So on page 4, line 6, under section 5 on the powers and functions of the DepDev, after the phrase optimal use of financial resources, add the following. Where evaluation results are available, comma, the DepDev shall use these to inform decisions on the retrenchment, comma, modification, comma, or scaling up of programs, comma, projects, and activities. The DepDev, on its own accord, shall also recommend the veto or conditional implementation of budget appropriations that are not aligned with the long-term development framework and national and subnational development plans, period. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 4, line 28, under powers, functions of the DepDev, under letter B on investment programming, and after term consistent with the agenda, add the following. And issue planning instructions, comma, as part of the periodic planning calls, so that the agency will align with their PAPs and PAPs with the evaluation findings. So the paragraph will now read, number 4, formulate a medium-term national evaluation agenda and oversee the government's conduct of evaluation studies consistent with the agenda, and issue corresponding planning instructions as part of the periodic planning calls, so the agency will align their PAPs with the evaluation findings. Period. I so move, Mr. President, subject to style.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved, subject to style.
Thank you, Mr. President. What's the next one? Page... Ito ba yun? Are we done with this? Ay, sorry. Ito? Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to continue, on page 7, line 22, under section 12, on the DepDev regional offices, after the term aligned with national plans, add the following. Without prejudice to other means and following the DepDev Secretary's official guidance to address delays in the achievement of PDP goals, comma, the RDCOM and the ICC ICC, after obtaining inputs from RDCs, shall recommend the NG-LGU cost-sharing arrangements to call forth and induce voluntary LGU commitment of resources for projects that will help address the delays, period. The resulting recommendations of the RDCOM and the ICC shall be vetted by the DBCC and shall be recommended to be made part of the President's budget message and the National Expenditure Program. I so move, Mr. President, subject to style, because I think I said the wrong number. Subject to style. The wrong line numbers.
Can I seek for a minute suspension?
Yes, sir. I think we'll have to ask for suspension of the proceedings on this particular bill so that the staff of Senator Risa and our secretariat can also meet and discuss and make sure that the line numbers are correct so that we don't put it in the wrong sections. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you.
President. With that, I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2878.
Is there
So
an
moved, Mr.
objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, Senator Ronald De La Rosa would like to avail of the privilege hour. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Huwag mahihiyang magtanong. Yan po ang sabi ng ina ng ating butihing Senador Grace Po sa isang commercial para sa brand ng gamot. Kaya naman, Ginoong Pangulo, tumatayo po ako ngayong araw na ito para magtanong ukol sa personal and collective privilege. Noong nakaraang Biyernes po kasi, nagkaroon ng pirmahan ng isang kasunduan ang Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, PhilHealth, Development Bank of the Philippines, DBP, at Tingog Party List. Panoorin po natin ang naging news report sa ating state-sponsored news channel, PTV Philippines.
Asahan ang mas marami pang health facilities sa rural areas. Yan ay sa pamamagitan ng kasunduan sa pagitan ng Development Bank of the Philippines at Tingog Party List na bumuo sa Maalagang Republika Rural Financing Health Development Program. Sa ilalim ng programa, pwedeng mangutang sa DBP ang mga LGU para sa pagpapatayo o modernisasyon ng healthcare facility. Magbibigay naman ang PhilHealth ng operational support sa ilalim niya ng National Health Insurance Program. Tutulong naman ang Tingog Party List para hikayatin ang mga lokal na pamahalaan na paunlarin ang kanilang public healthcare services. Inaasahang makatutulong ang programang ito sa pagsulong ng Universal Healthcare Act.
Maalagang Republika Rural Financing Health Development Program. Yan daw po ang tawag nila sa proyekto na kanilang gustong i-implementa sa bisa na kanilang naging kasunduan. Mas maraming health facilities sa rural areas, realization ng Universal Healthcare Act, at reduction ng mortality at morbidity rates sa pamamagitan ng pagtatayo ng primary healthcare facilities ang kanilang layunin. According to Tingog, the MUA designed which outlines their program is intended to address the gaps in healthcare infrastructure in rural areas. They further claim that it facilitates the construction, expansion, and upgrading of hospitals and clinics, as well as acquisition of much-needed medical equipment. Ayon sa kumakalat na unsigned copy of the MUA, the obligations of Tingog Party List are the following: shall assist and coordinate with LGUs in ensuring their participation to the program. Number 2, shall provide complementary programs and trainings to ensure the fiscal viability of the operations of the hospital. Number 3, shall provide the necessary support in financing health expenses of the patients through its medical assistance program. Ang tanong ko po ngayon, alin po ba sa ating mga ahensya ng gobyerno ang in charge sa healthcare infrastructure? Anong ahensya po ang nakakapagbigay ng technical assistance patungkol sa mga usaping pangkalusugan? Anong ahensya po ng gobyerno ang nangangasiwa ng ating mga local government units? Ang PhilHealth ba? Ang DBP ba? O ang Tingog Party List? Sa taon-taon nating binabalangkas ang national budget, ang Department of Health lamang ang nakikitaan ko ng programa patungkol sa mga health infrastructure. Under the 2025 National Expenditure Program of the Department of Health, the DOH has a program called Health Facilities Enhancement Program, or HFEP. Funds for its HFEP shall be used for the construction, upgrading, or expansion of government healthcare facilities, among others, with priorities in the universal healthcare sites, geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, including the upgrading of facilities for COVID-19 response and equipping and construction of ongoing projects. In the implementation of the infrastructure projects under the HFEP, the DOH may enter into a MOA with the appropriate government agency or local government unit that has the capability to implement the project. In addition, the DOH has the mandate to provide technical assistance, consultation, and advisory services to stakeholders regarding health facilities regulation. More to the point, it is the DOH which issues the so-called certificate of need whenever a government or private entity desires to establish a new hospital. Kaya naman, nakapagtataka para sa akin, bakit kaya hindi na isama ang DOH sa isang programa na sa ating pagtingin ay bahagi o naugnay sa mandato nito. Modesty aside po, isa po akong doktor. Ngunit, Doctor of Philosophy po or PhD, hindi po Doctor of Medicine or MD. Hindi po ako isang health expert. Pero mukhang hindi naman po ata kailangan ng isang doctorate degree o kahit college degree para masabi na mas angkop na mga health expert o ang DOH ang mamamahala o kaya naman ay kasama sa mga programang may kaugnayan sa kalusugan. Bakit kaya mas pinili ng DBP at PhilHealth na makasama sa kanilang MUA ang isang party list kaysa Department of Health? Gusto ko rin pong malinawan. Sa isang banda, nakakapagtataka rin po kung bakit hindi rin mas pinili ng DBP at PhilHealth ang Department of Interior and Local Government na siyang may mandato to exercise general supervision over local government units. Mas may kapasidad ba ang Tingog Party List kaysa DOH at DILG para mag-assist and coordinate with LGUs in ensuring their participation to the program intended to rehabilitate, expand, or construct LGU hospitals? O kaya naman ay makapag-provide ng complementary programs and trainings to ensure the fiscal viability of the operations of the hospital. Sa huli, Ginoong Pangulo, ang tanong ng lahat sa kasunduan na pinirmahan ng PhilHealth, DBP at Tingog Party List. Legal ba ito? Ethical ba ito? Hinaluan at hahaluan ba ng politika ang mga programang pangkalusugan? Masasabi ba natin na ito'y purong ethical at legal at walang halong agendang politikal? Mayroon po bang nalalabag na batas kagaya ng mga paratang ng ibang mga nakapansin sa timing ng programang ito? Hindi po tayo kailanman tutol sa pagpapalaganap ng mga proyektong makapagpapabuti ng sitwasyon ng kalusugan ng ating mga kababayan. Pero sana naman ay naayon sa batas ang papapatupad nito. Kung hindi natin pupunahin ang mga ganitong gawain na may akusasyon ng irregularidad, para saan pa ang pagiging mga mambabatas natin? Noong nakaraang budget deliberation lamang po natin ng 2025 budget, nabigyan pansin naman po ang kahalagahan ng pamumuhunan sa kalusugan ng ating mga mamamayan. May mga kasamahan din tayo na nagtanong na kung epektibo ang ating mga batas na may kaugnayan sa kalusugan, bakit marami pa rin ang pumipila sa Senado para humingi ng medical assistance? Nakakalungkot po na tila inaasa sa politika ang kalusugan ng ating mga mamamayan. Samantalang ito ay isang batayang karapatan na hindi na dapat ipinaglilimos kaninuman. Kung magsasagawa po ng pagdinig ang ating Senate Committee on Health and Demography patungkol sa MUA ng PhilHealth, DBP at Tingog Party List, asahan po ninyo, hindi po ako mahihiyang magtanong. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator De La Rosa to the Committee on Health and Demography. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the privileged speech of Senator De La Rosa is hereby referred to the Committee on Health. Only?
Yes. 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Noong nakaraang budget deliberation lamang po natin ng 2025 budget, nabigyan pansin naman po ang kahalagahan ng pamumuhunan sa kalusugan ng ating mga mamamayan. May mga kasamahan din tayo na nagtanong na kung epektibo ang ating mga batas na may kaugnayan sa kalusugan, bakit marami pa rin ang pumipila sa Senado para humingi ng medical assistance? Nakakalungkot po na tila inaasa sa politika ang kalusugan ng ating mga mamamayan. Samantalang ito ay isang batayang karapatan na hindi na dapat ipinaglilimos kaninuman. Kung magsasagawa po ng pagdinig ang ating Senate Committee on Health and Demography patungkol sa MUA ng PhilHealth, DBP at Tingog Party List, asahan po ninyo, hindi po ako mahihiyang magtanong. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator De La Rosa to the Committee on Health and Demography. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the privileged speech of Senator De La Rosa is hereby referred to the Committee on Health. Only?
Yes. 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
May we
Majority
ask
Leader.
some of our colleagues to observe silence as we move to resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2865 under Committee Report number 343. This is the bill on the Capital Markets Efficiency Promotion Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2865 under Committee Report number 343 is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the bill is that we have closed the period of interpellations without prejudice to our colleagues asking questions on the matter, on the measure. With that, there being no committee amendment, I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the period of individual amendments is in order. Senator Win Gatchalian is hereby recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, pursuant to the second paragraph of Section 82, Rule 29 on amendments of the rules of the Senate, and with the consent of the body, this representation seeks to amend by substitution Senate Bill number 2865 under Committee Report 343, which took into consideration House Bill 9277 or the Capital Markets Efficiency Promotions Act. Mr. President, may I be allowed to present the rationale for the amendments? Number one, the removal of the exemption and preferential tax rates on interest income for long-term deposits or investment certificates and interest income earned from a depository bank under the expanded foreign currency deposit unit are meant to achieve a uniform tax rate on interest income and to broaden the tax base. By adopting a single tax rate, this would level the playing field and improve equity across investors and savers and minimize arbitrage. Number two, the amendment to remove the excise tax exemption on pickup trucks is intended to correct the inequity among industry players and similarly situated products that has resulted from the implementation of the said exemption. Number three, the imposition of documentary stamps in lotto and other number games conducted by the Philippine Charity Sweepstakes Office to bettors is made to prohibit the charging of the documentary stamps against documentary stamp taxes against the prize fund or any other funds of the PCSO. And lastly, number four, the repeal of the tax exemption or preferential tax rate of government-owned and controlled corporation is meant to harmonize the tax system. With that, Mr. President, and with the permission of the body, I move that we amend the bill by deleting the entire text and replacing the same with the provisions containing in the proposed amendment by substitution, as filed with the Legislative Bills and Index Service and distributed through email to the offices of senators earlier today, December 11, 2024. Further, I also move that the text thereof be considered as read into the record. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there any objection to the proposed amendment by substitution? There being none, the motion is hereby approved.
With, Mr. President, with no other individual amendment. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2865. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2878, the bill on Economy Planning and Development Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
And recognize the sponsor, Mr. President, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, to propose amendments.
Senator Zubiri is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Dala ko na po yung computer, Mr. President, para sigurado po tayo. So, just for clarity, Mr. President, I'll just reiterate the amendments earlier really quick so that we put it on record nice and clearly.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 4, line 9, under section 5 on the powers and functions of the DepDev, after the phrase optimal use of financial resources, please, we'll add the following. Where evaluation results are available, the DepDev shall use these to inform decisions on the retrenchment, modification, or scaling up of programs, projects, and activities of the DepDev on its own accord, and shall also recommend the veto or conditional implementation of budget appropriations that are not aligned with the long-term development framework of the national and subnational development plans. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
The second amendment is the proposed second amendment of Madam Risa is on page 4, line 22, after the term societal benefits, section 5 on the powers and functions of DepDev, and under the subsection on investment programming. We will add the following sentence: and ensure that projects that have been evaluated to be no longer fit for purpose or not aligned with the medium and long-term plans are retrenched or modified. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
The third proposed amendment of Senator Risa Ontiveros, on page 7, line 28, under section 12, on the DepDev regional offices, after the term aligned with national plans, add the following: without prejudice to other means and following the DepDev Secretary's official guidance to address delays in the achievement of PDP goals, the RDCOM and the ICC, after obtaining inputs from the RDCs, shall recommend the national government LGU cost-sharing arrangements to call forth and induce voluntary LGU commitment of resources for projects that will help address the delays. The resulting recommendation of the RDCOM and the ICC shall be vetted by the DBCC and shall be recommended to be made part of the President's budget message and the National Expenditure Program. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
The fourth amendment, still on page 7, after line 28, under the same section 12 of the DepDev regional offices, and immediately after the above amendment to item letter A, introduce a new item letter B, shall read as follows. Letter B, ensure that the national and regional plans and programs are coherent. For this purpose, the DepDev Secretary and the the DepDev Secretary and the Executive Secretary shall regularly convene the Regional National Investment Programming Dialogues, where RDC chairs will confer with cabinet secretaries in formulating, updating, and prioritizing the roster of the DepDev DBM priority public investment projects. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
And we'll re-letter the succeeding sections accordingly, Mr. President, after that.
Noted.
On page 4, line 21, under section...
4?
Yes, sir.
4?
I think this is, yeah, this is an ulterior amendment, Mr. President. I'm sorry. It's not by page. My apologies. But this is the proposed amendment number 5, Mr. President. On page 4, line 21, under section on powers and functions of DepDev, under letter B on monitoring and evaluation. Letter C, sir. Sorry, letter C. Am I right? Letter C?
Letter C.
Under letter C. And after the term consistent with the agenda, add the following. And issue planning instructions as part of the periodic planning calls so that the agencies will align their PAPs with the evaluation findings. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
And the 6th Amendment on page 11, under line 5, section on, under the section on section 18, Public Investment Program and Regional Development Investment Program, and after the phrase herein referred to as the RDIP, we will add the following paragraph. Together with the DepDev Secretary, the Executive Secretary, and the DepDev Regional Offices, the RDC shall also collectively conduct RDC National Investment Programming Dialogues to aid the coherence and periodic updating of the overall public investment program as described in Section 12. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
And proposed amendment number 7 on page 15, line 18, Section 27 on the Development Budget Coordinating Committee and on items that it can recommend for the approval of the President. We introduce a new item after item number 2 that shall read as follows. Number 3, level of the NG counterpart budgets and NG-LGU cost-sharing initiatives to augment resources for DepDev goals and as prescribed in Section 12, as described in Section 12 of this Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
And will renumber the succeeding items accordingly.
Noted.
And that is all, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We have, I'm sorry, my apologies. Senator Lauren has an amendment, I believe. Yeah, I have it.
Are you going to read Senator Legarda's
Yes,
proposed
yes, sir.
amendment?
Yes, Mr. President. Everything is clean? Okay? Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. President, my apologies because we're going to have to do an ulterior amendments.
All right, please proceed.
This was only given to us today, just now. So, on Section 5, the powers and functions of
Page?
Section 5, page 4. Under Section Powers
Line.
and Functions of DepDev.
Page 4, line.
Line 23, Mr. President, under letter C, the provision that focuses on the aspect of monitoring and evaluation, the following amendments are proposed. On line 5, item 1.
Line 25.
Line 5.
Line 5.
Line 25, sir.
Line 25.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And item 1, after the words development plans, insert the words including recommendations to address identified gaps and challenges. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On line 26, insert the new item after item 1, which will read as follows. Establish and implement a centralized data system to monitor and assess the progress of implementation of priority programs and projects. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
And all the numbers will be renumbered subsequently.
Noted.
On line 26, item 2, after the words priority programs and projects, insert the words using measurable indicators and adaptable reporting frameworks suited to their specific nature. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On line 28, under item 3, after the words priority programs and projects, insert the words to inform policy adjustments and decision making. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
on line 30, item 4, after the words evaluation studies, consistent with the agenda, insert the words ensuring alignment with national development priorities and transparency of findings. I so move, sir.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
No more? That's it, Mr. President. We just have an omnibus amendment, final amendment, that all reference to DEPAD, which we use as the name, the last clean copy, will now be amended to DEPDEV. So the department will be called DEPDEV, which is the Department of Economy, Planning and Development.
Okay.
So DEPDEV.
Noted.
Ayaw po nila ng DEPAD kasi baka maluspad, Mr. President.
Mavi,
DEPDEV na lang.
nakalimutan niya, meron pa isa.
Yes, minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Pwede mo na yung second reading, boss. Close period of amendments. Wala na amendment. No more amendments, further amendments, Mr. President, further.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with no other amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2878. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2878 is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you very much, my dear colleagues. I'd just like to thank, Mr. President, if I may, I'd just like to thank my dear colleagues for accommodating us. This bill has been a long time in waiting by the department or the NEDA staff and secretariat. They're here with me today and they're all smiles. Sabi ko, ganyan na lang ba? Wala bang blowout? Ang sabi po nila, si Secretary daw ay mahirap ipa-blow out. Makuna, taga-Batak po daw siya. Pero gagawa natin ng paraan. So once again, thank you very much to my dear colleagues. We just created a new department, creating the NEDA into the DEPDEV. And I think it's overdue naman po. Matagal na po siyang coordinating agency. And now, at least now it's a full-fledged department. Congratulations to the NEDA.
Congratulations to Senator Zubiri.
Salamat po, Mr. President.
Mr.
Majority
President,
Leader.
I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2878. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2614 under Committee Report number 239. This is the bill on the Aurora Memorial Protected Landscape Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
Mr. President, having closed the period of interpellations and with no committee or individual amendment, the chairperson is nodding her head. I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2614. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2614 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2614.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2615 under Committee Report number 240. This is the bill on Mount Sawtooth Protected Landscape Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
Mr. President, having closed the period of interpellations and with no committee or individual amendments, and with the consent of the chairperson, Senator Cynthia Villar, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2615. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2615 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2615.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2616 under Committee Report number 241. This is the bill on the Mount Masaraga Protected Landscape Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
Again, Mr. President, having closed the period of interpellations and with no committee or individual amendments, and with the consent of the chairperson of the committee, Senator Cynthia Villar, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2616. So move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2616 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2616.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2618 under Committee Report number 243. This is the bill on the Mount Gutom Protected Landscape Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
Mr. President, having closed the period of interpellations and with no committee or individual amendments, and with the consent of the chairperson, Senator Cynthia Villar, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2618. I so move,
Is
Mr.
there an
President.
objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2618 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2618.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2619 under Committee Report number 244. This is the bill on the Sultan Naga Dimaporo Protected Landscape and Seascape Act. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there an objection? There being none, so the resumption of consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
Mr. President, having closed the period of interpellations and with no committee or individual amendments, and with the consent of the chairperson of the committee, Senator Cynthia Villar, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2619. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2619 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2619.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I seek a one microminute suspension.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2617 under Committee Report number 242. This is the bill on the Panaon Island Protected Seascape Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
Mr. President, having closed the period of interpellations and with no committee amendment, I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize as sponsor Senator Cynthia Villar.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. There is an amendment to the Panaon Island Protected Seascape proposed measure. On page 24, line 2, after the word authorities, insert the phrase, including the Philippine Coast Guard, which shall perform its mandate of regulating speed limit of all vessels plying the waters around the Panaon Island Protected Seascape to protect large marine animal species, including tiki-tiki or whale sharks and other wildlife from injury, disturbance, and death, especially in their migratory pathway, critical feeding, and resting area. I so move, Mr. President.
Amendments pa. Is there any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Majority Floor Leader.
Majority Leader, no more amendments,
No
Senator
more,
Villar?
that's all.
All right.
Mr. President, with no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2617. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2617 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2617.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I yield the floor again to the Deputy Majority Leader.
Are you going out again? Okay. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration Senate Bill number 2252 under Committee Report number 86. This is the bill on the Poway Lake Protected Landscape Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
Having closed the period of interpellations and with no committee amendment, I move to open the period of individual amendment and recognize the sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. These are the amendments to the Poway Lake Protected Landscape Proposed Measure. From page 3 to page 21, section 5, scope and coverage, we are amending the technical description because upon survey of the area, the private properties had to be excluded from the coverage of the protected area. The new technical description, having an area of 347 hectares, is now being flashed on the screen. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
On page 21, between lines 18 and 19, insert a new paragraph to read as follows. The certification from the National Mapping and Resource Information Authority, or NAMRIA, containing the boundaries and technical description of the Poway Lake Protected Landscape is hereby adopted and made an integral part of this act. In case of inconsistency, the boundaries and technical descriptions in the attached certification shall prevail. Any modification of the scope and coverage of the protected area in this act shall be made through an act of Congress after consultation with the government agencies and stakeholders concerned. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendment is approved. No other individual amendments,
No,
Senator Villar?
None.
Okay. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, having closed the period of interpellations,
No.
with no other individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendment.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume.
Approve.
Yes. Mr. President, I move that we approve na to.
Approve.
Yeah.
We approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2252. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2252 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1691 under Committee Report number 88.
Can
This
we
is the-
just suspend first consideration of the Senate bill?
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2252.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1691 under Committee Report number 88. This is the bill on the San Francisco Protected Landscape Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
I move to open the period of amendments and recognize Senator Cynthia Villar for her committee amendments.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. These are the amendments to San Francisco Protected Landscape Proposed Measure. On page 5, line 1, after the word duly, delete the word authorized and in lieu thereof replace it with the word designated. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
On the same page, line 4, after the word duly, delete the word designated and in lieu thereof replace it with the word authorized. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 11, after the word duly, delete the word authorized and in lieu thereof replace it with the word designated. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 10, line 1, between the words projects and of, insert the phrase and sustaining the operation. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
On page 11, line 9, between the words issue and rules, insert the phrase the corresponding. I so move, Mr.
Any objection? There
President.
being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 15, before the word issuance, insert the phrase and other. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page and line, add letter S to the word issuance to make it in plural form. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the title of the bill, fifth line, between the words integrated and system, add letter S to the word area to make it in plural form. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is all for the committee amendments.
Thank you, Senator Villar. Majority Leader.
With no other committee amendment, I move to close the period of committee amendments.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion's approved.
I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize once again the sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar, to propose her individual amendments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for our individual amendment. On page 4, lines 13 and 14, insert a new paragraph to read as follows. The certification from the National Mapping and Resource Information Authority, or NAMRIA, containing the boundaries and technical description of the protected area is hereby adopted and made an integral part of this act in case of inconsistency. The boundaries and technical description in the attached certification shall prevail. Any modification of the scope and coverage of the protected area in this act shall be made through an act of Congress after consultation with the government agencies and stakeholders concerned. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Villar. Majority Leader.
With no other amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 1691. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senate Bill number 1691 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1691.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1725 under Committee Report number 89. This is the bill on the Alibihaban Protected Landscape and Seascape Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
I move to open the period of amendments and recognize Senator Cynthia Villar for her committee amendments.
Senator Villar is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. These are the committee amendments to the Alibihaban Protected Landscape and Seascape Proposed Measure. On pages 3 to 4, Section 5, Scope and Coverage, delete the boundaries and technical description stated and adopt the boundaries and technical description as described in the attached certification dated April 3, 2023, which is duly certified accurate by the National Mapping and Resource Information Authority, or NAMRIA, and be made an integral part of the hereof.
I so move.
On page 5, line 8,
We will act on the motion on the proposed amendment. Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 5, line 8, after the word duly, delete the word authorized and in lieu thereof replace it with the word designated. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 11, after the word duly, delete the word designated and in lieu thereof replace it with the word authorized. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 18, after the word duly, delete the word authorized and in lieu thereof replace it with the word designated. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 10, line 9, between the words projects and of, insert the phrase and sustaining the operation. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 11, line 16, between the words issue and rules, insert the phrase the corresponding. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 22, before the word issuance, insert the phrase and other. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page and line, add letter S to the word issuance to make it in plural form. And I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the title of the bill, fifth line, between the words integrated and system, add letter S to the word area to make it in plural form. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is all for the committee amendments.
Thank you very much, Senator Villar, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with no other committee amendment, I move to close the period of committee amendments.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion's approved.
I move to open the period of individual amendment and recognize once again the sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar, to propose her individual amendments.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. For our individual amendments, on page 4, lines 18 and 19, insert a new paragraph to read as follows. The certification from the National Mapping and Resource Information Authority, or NAMRIA, containing the boundaries and technical description of the APLS is hereby adopted and made an integral part of this act. In case of inconsistencies, the boundaries and technical description in the attached certification shall prevail. Any modification of the scope and coverage of the APLS in this act shall be made through an act of Congress after consultation with the government agencies and stakeholders concerned. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the amendment's approved.
That is all for the individual amendment.
Thank you,
Mr.
Senator
President.
Villar, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with no other amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion's approved.
I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 1725. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. Senate Bill number 1725 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1725.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 355 under Committee Report number 90. This is the bill on the Taklong and Tandog Group of Islands Natural Park Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
I move to open the period of amendments and recognize Senator Cynthia Villar for her committee amendments.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. These are the committee amendments to the Taklong and Tandog Group of Island Natural Park proposed measure. On pages 3 to 6, Section 5, Scope and Coverage, delete the boundaries and technical description stated and adopt the boundaries and technical description as described in the attached certification dated April 3, 2023, which is duly certified accurate by the National Mapping and Resource Information Authority, or NAMRIA, and be made an integral part hereof. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
On page 6, line 10, delete the phrase "and comprises" and in lieu thereof replace it with the phrase "the point of beginning containing an area of." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 7, line 2, after the word Guimaras, delete the punctuation mark, comma, and the phrase as co-chairperson, and in lieu thereof, replace it with the phrase or as a designated representative. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 4, after the word duly, delete the word designated, and in lieu thereof, replace it with the word authorized. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 11, after the word duly, delete the word authorized, and in lieu thereof, replace it with the word designated.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 10, lines 10 to 12, after the acronym TTGINP, delete the phrase, provided that in the appointment of all PAMO staff, highly qualified residents of the province of Guimaras living proximate to the TTGINP shall be given priority. I so move, Mr.
Is there an
President.
objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 12, line 8, between the words projects and of, insert the phrase and sustaining the operation. I so move, Mr.
An
President.
objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 10, after the word fees, insert the phrase and charges. And I so move, Mr.
An
President.
objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 25, after the word full, delete the adverb as, and in lieu thereof, replace it with the preposition in. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is all for the committee amendments.
Thank you, Senator Villar, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with no other committee amendment, I move to close the period of committee amendments.
There an objection? There being none, motions approved.
I move to open the period of individual amendment and recognize the sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar, to propose her individual amendments.
Once again, Senator Villar is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, for our individual amendment. On page 6, between lines 8 and 12, insert a new paragraph to read as follows. The certification from the National Mapping and Resource Information Authority, or NAMRIA, containing the boundaries and technical description of the TTGINP is hereby adopted and made an integral part of this Act. The case of inconsistencies, the boundaries and technical description in the attached certification dated April 3, 2023 shall prevail. Any modification of the scope and coverage of the TTGINP in this Act shall be made through an Act of Congress after consultation with the government agencies and stakeholders concerned. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
That is all for the committee amendment, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Senator Villar, Majority Leader.
With no other amendment,
Individual amendment. I'm so sorry.
Majority Leader.
with no other amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? There being none, motions approved.
I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 355. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motions approved. Senate Bill number 355 is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President and Majority Floor Leader, for helping me approve these 10 bills on protected area. We appreciate it very much.
Congratulations, Senator Villar.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 355.
Is there an objection? There being none, motions approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8214 under Committee Report number 267. This is the bill establishing the Lucena City Hospital. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the resumption of consideration of House Bill number 8214 under Committee Report number 267 is now in order.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Christopher Lawrence Go. And to interpellate, Senator Aquilino Pimentel.
We will just have a minute suspension to wait for Senator Coco, maybe.
I mean, the suspension, Mr. President. Tawagan.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I withdraw my previous motion There being no other member who wishes to intervene, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
I move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Bongo, for his committee amendments.
Senator Bongo is recognized.
Number 1, on line 2, delete the word tertiary and replace it with the phrase level 1 general. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, amendments approved.
No other committee amendments, Mr. President, but we have an individual amendment.
Majority Leader.
Individual.
With no other amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendment.
Mr. President, correction. Merong committee individual amendment.
Close mo na yung committee.
On line 2,
No.
Mr. President, with no amendment, I move to close the period of committee amendments.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize again the sponsor, Senator Bongo, to propose his
Senator
individual.
Bongo is recognized to propose these individual amendments.
number 1, on line 2, after the word hospital, insert a comma. The phrase with a capacity of 100 beds and another comma. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Number 2, on lines 5 to 8, delete the entire text of Section 2 and replace it with the following. To ensure the provision of an integrated and efficient healthcare services in the province of Quezon, the Lucena City Hospital shall consult and coordinate with the provincial government of Quezon in the formulation and implementation of its hospital development plan. I so move, Mr.
Is there
President.
an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
No further individual amendments, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
With no other amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendment.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8214. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. House Bill number 8214 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8214.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders committee report number 427 on House Bill number 10926. This is the bill on the Meralco franchise renewal. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
I move that we consider House Bill number 10926 under committee report number 427.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of House Bill number 10926 now in order. The Secretary will read only the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to the Manila Electric Company under Republic Act number 9209 entitled An Act Granting the Manila Electric Company a franchise to construct, operate, and maintain a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the cities, municipalities of Metro Manila, Bulacan, Cavite, and Rizal, and certain municipalities, cities, municipalities, barangays in Batangas, Laguna, Quezon, and Pampanga.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with the permission of the chairperson of the Committee on Public Services, I move to recognize Senator Joel Villanueva, the chairperson of the subcommittee on the bills on Meralco franchise renewal, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Senator Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, it is with great honor and an even greater sense of responsibility that we rise to sponsor today House Bill number 10926 under Committee Report number 427, renewing for another 25 years and strengthening the franchise granted to the Manila Electric Company, or Meralco, one of the foremost powerhouses in providing electricity to our country and a household name to more than 7 million families.
This renewal will mean the continuance of delivering service to end users in the cities and municipalities of Metro Manila, Bulacan, Cavite, and Rizal, and certain cities, municipalities, and barangays in Batangas, Laguna, Quezon, and Pampanga. We'd like to put on record, Mr. President, that we are grateful and thankful to the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Public Services, Senator Raffy Tulfo, for including our bill, Senate Bill number 2824, in the initial public hearing and entrusting to us the Herculean task and duty of studying the technicalities surrounding the renewal of the franchise as the subcommittee chairperson of this very important piece of legislation. The committee report also considered Senate Bill number 2876, filed by the gentleman from Bukidnon, no other than Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri. Ginoong Pangulo, ang isa po sa ating pangunahing layunin sa pagsulong ng panukalang ito ay ang pagtiyak na ginagampanan ng Meralco ang kanilang mga obligasyon sa ilalim po ng kanilang prangkisa at tinutupad nila ang kanilang mga pangako sa taong bayan. Higit po sa simpleng pagpapatuloy ng prangkisa ang panukalang ito, Ginoong Pangulo. Kinakatawan po nito ang ating responsibilidad sa pagtataguyod ng tiwala ng publiko sa mga public utility tulad ng Meralco nang masiguro po natin na mangingibabaw ang kapakanan ng sambayanan sa kanilang mga operasyon. Mr. President, we recognize that public utilities like Meralco are given a unique privilege to operate their franchise. Ika nga po, with great privilege comes great responsibility. With such privilege comes the obligation to deliver equitable and efficient service to the people. In the case of Meralco, its franchise privilege comes with the responsibility to supply electricity to its captive market in the least cost manner, as stated under Republic Act number 9136 or the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001 or IPIRA. This obligation ensures that consumers are protected from unnecessary high rates while maintaining the quality and reliability of power supply. Layunin po nating tiyakin sa susunod na 25 taon, ang Meralco ay magdadala ng higit pang maaasahan, abot kaya at tuloy-tuloy na serbisyo sa bawat consumer. This representation is aware of this august body's mandate to conduct a rigorous, truthful, and fact-based scrutiny of the franchise grantee to validate whether it has fully and faithfully fulfilled that responsibility. Mr. President, upon assuming as the subcommittee chairperson at the technical working group level, we considered it our highest priority to ensure robust representation from various sectors, especially consumers, who are the end users and ultimately, Mr. President, beneficiaries of Meralco's services. For us, Mr. President, the perspectives of these groups are crucial in shaping a franchise that truly serves the public interest. We were very much dedicated to hearing from groups such as the United Filipino Consumers and Commuters, etc., and providing as many opportunities as possible for their meaningful participation to contribute to the refinement of this very important piece of legislation. In our review, Mr. President, of the submissions of the franchise grantee, and after due consideration of position papers submitted by stakeholders, we find that Meralco has complied with its legal mandate to the best of its ability. Mr. President, we must acknowledge Meralco's proactiveness in navigating uncertainties in the regulatory landscape, a testament to its commitment to serving consumers despite external challenges. For example, Mr. President, in 2015, even amid the absence of updated rules for rate setting, Meralco took the initiative to file an application for an interim average rate or IAR of 1.3939 kilowatt per hour with the Energy Regulatory Commission, ensuring, Mr. President, that its operations would remain financially viable without compromising consumer interests. Mr. President, Meralco likewise faithfully adheres to the Department of Energy's competitive selection process for the procurement of its power supply agreements. This transparent bidding mechanism encourages generation companies to submit their most competitive rates, ensuring consumers benefit from cost-efficient and reliable energy. As 3 of Meralco's 4 currently negotiated PSAs approach expiration by 2027, agreements established prior to the current management, this presents, Mr. President, an exciting opportunity for Meralco to further demonstrate its commitment to transparency, innovation, and delivering the best value to its customers. While we laud these efforts, Mr. President, we recognize that for many Filipinos served by Meralco, their electricity bills remain high. Samut-sari po ang dahilan nito, Ginoong Pangulo. Kasama na po ang mataas na convenience fees, mataas na bill deposit at iba pang konsiderasyon na nagpapabigat po sa bulsa ng karaniwang mamamayang Pilipino. Rest assured, Mr. President, that this representation hears and empathizes with the plight of our countrymen. It is with this understanding that we have introduced some safeguards, Mr. President, key safeguards in the bill to address these concerns and enhance consumer protection, such as mandating that only just and reasonable electricity rates are charged by Meralco to its consumers, and requiring Meralco to establish an electronically or digitally accessible platform where consumers can address their concerns promptly and effectively. Through these provisions, Mr. President, we aim to provide Filipino households with much-needed relief and empower them with greater transparency and accountability from their electricity provider. This is our way of ensuring that no Filipino is left in the dark, both literally and figuratively, when it comes to their electricity bills. And speaking of the dark, Mr. President, we understand the importance of holding Meralco to the highest standards when it comes to reducing power interruptions or the dreaded brownout. Pinakita po sa atin ng Meralco na patuloy silang umaabot at madalas ay lumalampas pa sa mga pamantayang itinakda ng mga regulator. Inaabot naman po nila yung mga targets, Ginoong Pangulo. In key metrics like systems loss, SAIFI or SAIFI, System Average Interruption Frequency Index, at SAIDI, System Average Interruption Duration Index ratings, Meralco has consistently demonstrated its capability to deliver reliable service. With efforts to minimize power interruptions, Meralco has ensured that consumers can depend on a steady and efficient electricity supply, a lifeline for households and businesses alike. During the technical working group, Mr. President, conducted by this representation, we were happy to hear about Meralco's plans, Mr. President, to invest 24 billion pesos over the next 5 years, that's 2025 to 2029, to improve service reliability by strengthening its power distribution system. This includes replacing over 45,000 aging poles, upgrading 2,800 kilometers of power lines, weatherproofing infrastructure, and installing 6,000 remote control devices to minimize outages and speed up power restoration. We join our countrymen in the hopes that these investments will make Meralco's power supply even more reliable. Ginoong Pangulo, dahil milyon-milyong Pilipino po ang umaasa sa Meralco, nasa interes din naman natin tiyakin ang mabuting pamamalakad ng kanilang korporasyon. To improve corporate governance and accountability, the bill introduces a requirement for Meralco to appoint independent directors to its board of directors, ensuring impartiality and aligning corporate strategies and policies with public and shareholder interests. This representation also emphasizes the importance of ensuring that Meralco's various business pursuits and activities complement its primary responsibility of delivering reliable and affordable electricity under its core franchise operations. To foster workforce development, the bill also requires Meralco to establish an enterprise-based education and training programs, including apprenticeships, Mr. President, that I know you are very interested about, our presiding officer. This is also, of course, in accordance to Republic Act number 12063, or the Enterprise-Based Education and Training Framework Act. To ensure accessible employment opportunities, Meralco will be required to regularly report job opportunities to the Public Employment Service Offices, or PESOs. Mr. President, during the process of developing this bill, it was this representation's priority to ensure that every concern is addressed and every stakeholder is heard. As we proceed to the period of interpellations and amendments, we reaffirm, Mr. President, our unwavering commitment to maintaining an open, inclusive, and continuous dialogue with all stakeholders, recognizing that their insights are invaluable in shaping a franchise bill that truly reflects the needs and aspirations of the public whom the franchise grantee is entrusted to serve. Sa pamamagitan po nito, Ginoong Pangulo, masisiguro po natin na ang panukalang batas na ito ay patas, epektibo at higit sa lahat, nakaugat sa tiwala at pananagutan sa publiko. Mr. President, Meralco has long been a partner in our nation's progress. But with that partnership comes accountability. This bill ensures that Meralco continues to meet the needs of our people while preparing for the challenges and opportunities of the future. Muli, Ginoong Pangulo, maraming salamat po at pagpalain tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos.
Thank you, Senator Joel Villanueva, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House. Without a motion, Mr. President, to co-sponsor the measure, I move that Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri be recognized.
Senator Zubiri is recognized.
Thank you very much. No problem. Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I read my co-sponsorship speech, I'd just like to tell Senator Binay to cheer loudly for us in the UP LaSalle game.
Where's he going?
The UP LaSalle game. And I hope UP wins. Mr. President, in 4 years, Mr. President, in 4 years, the franchise of the biggest electric distribution utility company in the country is set to expire. This would mean walang kuryente to the 39 cities and 72 municipalities in its franchise area, which is a mere 3% of the country's total land area, but which accounts for about 55% of the country's total electricity consumption. This is why, Mr. President, we stand here today to co-sponsor the franchise renewal of the Manila Electric Company, or Meralco, for another 25 years. Meralco has not only been powering our homes and businesses, it has also been a valued partner in nation building, remitting about 10.4 billion pesos in taxes last year, not to mention the hundreds of millions that they pour into community development initiatives. Along with this franchise renewal, we are also pushing Meralco to improve its services and its accountability in the interest of protecting the users. To this end, we are requiring Meralco to secure from the Energy Regulatory Commission the certificates or permits that they need in order to greenlight their construction works and operations. We will also be asking them to ensure that all consumers have accessible electronic or digital means through which to send their complaints to Meralco. And we will be requiring them to submit reports on their corporate social responsibility initiatives, in line with their role as our partner in nation building. So, with this extended franchise comes greater demands for Meralco to deliver better services for our people, Mr. President. With that, I hope to secure our colleagues' support for this bill. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Zubiri, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 10926.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2799, Under Committee Report Number 307, this is the bill creating Metro Bataan Development Authority. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. Wala akong kopya.
Mr. President, at this juncture, having closed the period of interpellations and debate and there being no committee amendment, may I respectfully move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the brother, beloved brother of SPPT, Jinggoy Estrada, the good one, Senator J.V. Ejercito. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. These are the proposed individual amendments on page 2 between lines 2 and 3. Insert a new paragraph which shall read as follows. The MBDA shall administer a special development and administrative area embracing the province of Bataan, the city of Balanga, the municipalities of Hermosa, Orani, Abukay, Samal, Orion, Limay, Mariveles, Morong, Bagak, Pilar, and Dinalupihan, which includes its land, water, and air territory, including its municipal, city, and provincial waters, air territory, the connecting metro-wide road networks to the AFAB, and the SCTEX connecting the CDC, Bataan, and SBMA. The MBDA shall be under the administrative supervision of the Office of the President of the Philippines. Metro Bataan's coverage may be expanded upon the recommendation of the Council and the approval of the President, provided the areas are contiguous to and directly connected with Metro Bataan. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Still on page 2, delete lines 12 to 14 and replace it with the MBDA shall perform the following services. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Number 1, on page 2, line 16, after SBMA, insert the phrase Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan or AFAB. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
And number 2, on the same page, line 17, insert the word and after the word CDC. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 2, line 29, after the word projects, insert the phrase and transport plans. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 3, line 7, after the word programs, insert the phrase and a single ticketing system in Metro Bataan. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 4, line 23, before the word coordinate, insert the word formulate. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Still on page 4, line 24, delete the phrase province-wide or inter-province-wide and replace it with metro-wide. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Still on page 4, between lines 28 and 29, insert a new paragraph to read as follows. C. Undertake and formulate plans, policies, and development initiatives towards the promotion of the blue and green economy within the MBDA's area of jurisdiction to balance economic development with environmental sustainability. This includes, but is not limited to, the formulation and implementation of integrated coastal management plans, green urban planning initiatives, climate adaptation policies, and other innovative policies and programs for environmental sustainability. For purposes of this act, the green and blue economy concept refers to a framework for developing the economy while managing environmental risks and promoting environmental sustainability towards preserving the locality's natural resources. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Amendments approved.
So, on page 5, line 3, delete the phrase provincial and national and replace it with metro-wide. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the amendments approved.
On page 5, lines 9 and 10, delete the phrase when trained by the Land Transportation Office or LTO, concerned LGUs and other government authorities. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the amendments approved.
On page 5, after line 19, insert a new subsection which shall read as follows. I, close parenthesis, be vested with other powers enjoyed or exercised by other metropolitan development authorities. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the amendments approved.
Re-letter Section 5 accordingly. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
Still on page 5, line 26, after SBMA, insert the phrase, the Administrator of the Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan, or AFAB. So moved, Mr.
Is
President.
there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 6, line 1, after the word district, insert the phrase, and the President and CEO of the Bases Conversion and Development Authority, or BCDAs. So moved, Mr.
Is
President.
there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 7, line 7, after the word for, insert the word central. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
On page 9, between lines 2 and 3, insert a new section 12 to read as follows. Section 12, MBDA Finance and Administration Office. There is hereby created a Finance and Administration Office in the MBDA that shall supervise its financial and administrative concerns. It shall be supervised by the Deputy Administrator for Finance and Administration. The Finance and Administration Office shall contain a Finance Division and Administration Division. The specific staffing pattern of the Finance and Administration Office and its divisions shall be submitted by the Administrator in accordance with Section 10 of this Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
On the same page, after the new Section 12, insert a new Section 13 to read as follows. Section 13, MBDA Operations Office. There is hereby created an Operations Office in the MBDA that shall supervise its operational mandates. These operational mandates shall include but will not be limited to the following: traffic management, disaster and emergency response, medical response, maritime security and information systems, management. It shall be supervised by the Deputy Administrator for Operations. The Operations Office shall contain the following divisions: Tactical Operations Division, Emergency Operations Division, Medics Operation Division, Maritime Operations Division, and the Management of Information System, or MIS Division. The specific staffing pattern of the Operations Office and its division shall be submitted by the Administrator in accordance with Section 10 of this Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
On page 9, line 15, delete the phrase "and the PPDO." So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 21, after the word growth, insert the word transportation, and in the same sentence, delete the subsequent word plan. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
Still on page 9, line 22, after the phrase facility development, remove the period and add the phrase and environmental management and sustainability. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
On page 10, between lines 6 and 7, insert the following paragraphs to read as follows. The Philippine Coast Guard shall utilize its air, land, and sea assets within Metro Batan's territorial jurisdiction in consultation with the PCG. The MBDA may establish or construct auxiliary facilities to support the deployment, operation, and maintenance of such assets in accordance with applicable laws and regulations. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
Still on page 10, line 9, after the word act, delete the period and insert the following paragraph. That will ensure adequate funding for personal services, or PS, which entails the creation and maintenance of adequate plantilla positions towards attracting, employing, and retaining skilled professionals and highly competent personnel. Semicolon, maintenance and other operating expenses, MOOE, for sustaining daily operations and essential services and capital outlay to acquire infrastructure, state-of-the-art equipment, and facilities necessary for long-term development projects and the fulfillment of its mandate. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
On page 11, line 28, after the word SBMA, insert the phrase the AFAB, the. So move, Mr. President.
Objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 12, line 4, after the word promulgate, insert the phrase and may thereafter update. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
Lastly, renumber the sections accordingly. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator JV, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I am not going to introduce any amendment, but I would just like to confirm from the good sponsor if the one on the side is the representative from the great province of Bataan, where my wife hails, Mr. President. If it's Congressman Abet Garcia, Mr. President.
Yes, that is correct. This is Congressman Abet Garcia, who personally came here. Former governor also of the province. So, also a very good performing governor, I would say, and a congressman.
I
Mr.
will
President.
attest to that, Mr. President. That's why I made sure that he would be my compadre, Mr. President. I'm here also to collect the fees, Mr. President, for my daughter. I'm just kidding, Mr. President. Mr. President, with no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
At this juncture, Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2799. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2799 is hereby approved on second reading.
Congratulations to the people of Bataan, especially to Governor Congressman Abet Garcia. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2799. So move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? There being none, motion is approved.
I ask for a minute suspension, Mr.
Session
President.
suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8839 under Committee Report number 216. This is the bill granting Philippine citizenship to Lee Duan Wang. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of House Bill number 8839 under Committee Report 216 is now in order.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation and with the conformity of the chairperson of the Committee on Justice, recognize Senator Francis Tolentino to principally sponsor the measure and to interpellate Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the period of interpellation is now in order. Senators Tolentino and Pimentel are hereby recognized.
Can I make my manifestation immediately, Mr. President, so that the sponsor will have more time to make
Yes,
his
please.
statement? I will no longer interpolate because I have been informed that the papers of the applicant have been updated anyway. And we see nothing wrong with the papers of the applicant. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, for the record, Mr. Sponsor, sino ba ito? Who is this?
Mr. Mark Ong, Akal Wang Li Duan.
He is a
Wang.
Chinese citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
How old is he?
He is he was born December 30, 1979. 44 years old. 44 years old.
He is still a holder of Chinese passport.
Yes.
Why does he want to become a Filipino citizen?
We've asked that during the committee hearings, Mr. President. The records as well as the evidence would show that he's been here since before he was a young kid, working in Kawayan, Isabela for his uncle, and made his way up by being a self-made businessman, having a coffee heritage project in the Cordilleras, in the Bangsamoro, as well as serving in the fire volunteer brigade of the Filipino-Chinese community, Your Honor. So,
Okay. How and why did he migrate here in the Philippines?
I think I was told that he was with his family, uncle, who originally settled in Isabela, having farms in Isabela, Your Honor.
Is he married to a Filipina? No.
He is not married to a Filipina, but he has children, and they have apparently grown up here and studied here.
They were born here in the Philippines?
Yes.
Parehong anak, born here in the Philippines.
Born here in the Philippines and studied in Ateneo?
Yung isa Ateneo, opo.
Ateneo and Lasal.
Yung isa
Sa Xavier's.
Xavier and Ika.
Xavier and Ika. Immaculate Conception, apparently is Ika.
Does he know how to speak our national language?
I think he speaks Tagalog. Speaks
Speaks
Tagalog.
Tagalog?
He speaks
Does he,
Tagalog.
does he know how to recite the Philippine national anthem?
National anthem.
Código.
Yes, but assisted by a código or a gadget, Your Honor.
Again, I just would like to repeat my previous question. Why does he want to become a Filipino citizen?
Ang tinanong ko rin po yon, Mr. President, I asked him, the records would show, speaking in our language, the answer was this, kasi matagal na ako dito, quote and quote, kasi mabait ang mga Pilipino, at thirdly, dahil habang buhay na namin gustong manirahan dito sa Pilipinas.
Okay, he doesn't want to go back to his native land?
Mr. President, suspension, Mr. President, 1 minute suspension. Who the Senate President is talking to? Can I have a minute suspension because you're on the phone.
Suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8839.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 430 on Senate Bill number 2900. This is the bill on the Special Defense Economic Zone Act. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, the amendment is approved. The motion is approved. I'm sorry.
I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2900 under Committee Report number 430.
An objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2900 is now in order. The Secretary will read only the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act establishing a special defense economic zone inside the Government Arsenal Defense Industrial Estate located in Com General Antonio Luna, Lamao Municipality of Limay, Province of Bataan, creating for this purpose the Special Defense Economic Zone Authorities, PDEZA, and appropriating funds therefore.
Mr. President, I move to recognize Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, the chairperson of the Committee on Economic Affairs, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Senator Subiri is recognized.
Okay lang, Boss Alvaro. Thank you very much, Mr. President, Senate President, and our Majority Floor Leader. Before I just read my sponsorship of the measure, I'd like to recognize and acknowledge our district representative of the 2nd District of Bataan, the very hardworking Abet Garcia, who is here with us, who also was here earlier for the Metro Bataan development measure. And the location of the PDEZA is actually in his district po, in Bataan. Mr. President, I stand here today to sponsor the Special Defense Economic Zone Act as a vital complementary bill to the recently passed Self-Reliant Defense Posture Act, or the SRDP Act. When the President signed the SRDP Act into law this October, I celebrated it as a step towards positioning the Philippines as a key player in the global defense market with a robust, homegrown defense industry that produces top-tier defense material, primarily for the use of our own troops, but also for export in the global market as well. But with SRDP signing came also a big question, Mr. President. Saan pupunta itong mga investors, defense investors? Where will the investors go? Which of our eco zones would be best suited to welcome defense manufacturers looking to set up shop here? The truth, Mr. President, is that we cannot simply let these defense investors build their plants right next to food processing facilities, general merchandise producers, exporters, even tech and electronic manufacturers or microchip manufacturers. Put a munitions plant in the middle of all this, and you're looking at a public safety disaster in the making. Natatakot po sila, at naalala ko po, kinausap po namin yung mga PEZA zones, kinausap din po namin yung BOI, yan din na sinabi po nila, syempre matatakot po itong mga investors pag meron pong naglagay sa kanila ng ganitong klaseng defense materials. We know that the production of defense materials carry significant security and safety hazards. And so these defense manufacturers cannot be treated just like any other ecozone locator. They have to be in relative isolation, far from putting the public in harm's way. and located in a secure location with due consideration for national security at utmost priority. This is where the Special Defense Economic Zone Act, or SPEDEZA, comes in. Here, we propose to set up a 370-hectare Special Defense Economic Zone in Limay, Bataan, to give SRDP-empowered locators a place to go. Limay already houses our government arsenal, making it the ideal home for SPEDEZA. So basically po, ito ay part of the government arsenal area and land. So it's already being used for testing of equipments, firearms, explosives, etc., etc. Locators in the Special Defense Economic Zone will be entitled to VAT exemptions in importation as well as VAT zero rating on local purchases. They will also enjoy an income tax holiday with their fiscal incentives terminating after 20 years. In return, they'll be required to pay a 5% final tax on their gross income earned, which shall then be distributed to the following manner: 1% to the AFP Pension Fund, 1% to the province of Bataan, 1% to the host city or municipality, and 2% to the Special Defense Economic Zone Authority. The Special Defense Economic Zone will also have special labor center comprising of a labor office, an industrial health and safety office, an inspection and investigative disputes office, and an enforcement office. The center shall oversee labor issues and disputes as well as monitor workplace hygiene and safety standards, which is crucial given the high-risk nature of the defense industry. With the Special Defense Economic Zone, we look forward to foreign direct investors planting their feet in Limay. We can also looking forward to technological, skills building, and research and development exchanges between them and our government arsenal, as well as infrastructural development that will benefit not just the economic zone, but the entire municipality as well. As such, Mr. President, I am hopeful that we can pass this measure, which we need in our bid to bring in more defense investors through the SRDP Act. Once again, maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Zubiri, Majority Leader.
Chief. Next to co-sponsor the measure is the gentleman from Davao, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. I move that he be recognized.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized to deliver his co-sponsorship speech.
Mr. President, it is my honor and privilege to co-sponsor the principal author of the Senate Bill number 2900 under Committee Report number 430, or the Special Defense Economic Zone Act. I wish to begin by thanking the good sponsor, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, for ensuring that this important measure reaches the plenary zone of our legislative proceedings. The way I see it, Mr. President, sa pagpasa natin ng panukalang ito, we are effectively hitting two targets with a single arrow. The first target being economic development, and the second being the opportunity to provide our troops with a much-needed support. First, of course, is economic development. Hindi natin may pagkakaila na sa ating pagtatag ng Special Defense Economic Zone Act, magkakaroon pa ng dagdag na trabaho, dagdag na investment, at dagdag na oportunidad para sa ating bansa. This, therefore, is a step towards national progress and development. The second target, Mr. President, is being able to give our troops the support they need. Support our troops. Marahil isa na ito sa pinakagasgas na panawagan ng pagsuporta na ating naririnig. Batid nating mga mambabatas ang hirap ng bawat sundalo na gampanan ang kanilang sinumpaang tungkulin. Ngunit, sapat nga ba ang suporta na ating binibigay sa mga sundalo at kapulisan na patuloy na nakipaglalaban para sa ating soberenya at kapayapaan? Bilang Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Finance, ilang taon ko na ring dinidipinsahan ang budget ng Department of National Defense. Taon-taon din nating naririnig sa ating mga kasundaluhan, hindi lamang ang limited fiscal space, kundi ang hirap na ng pagbili ng mga modernized military equipment na nanggagaling sa ibang bansa. May mga pagkakataon din po na kahit nakabili na tayo ng bago at modernong kagamitan para sa ating kasundaluhan, nagiging unusable ito. Pangkaraniwan tayong naubusan ng supply para sa maintenance and repair parts dahil sa limited supply sa ibang bansa. Kaya't labis na lamang ang aking kagalakan noong naisabatas nating kamakailan ang Republic Act No. 12024 o ang Self-Reliant Defense Posture Revitalization Act. This law became a testament to our strong support for the development of our defense industry and its capability to locally produce advanced weaponry and equipment. Mr. President, with the proposed measure of establishing the Special Defense Economic Zone in Limay, Bataan, we can again make history by taking yet another step in pursuing our country's continuous pursuit for a self-reliant and independent national economy, a policy declared no less than by our Constitution. With ongoing disputes in our territorial waters and sovereignty, I cannot further emphasize how imperative it is for us to pursue measures that will further boost our country's defense posture. Matutuwa rin po ang paborito kong DND-attached agency na government arsenal dahil na hindi na po sila nag-iisa sa pag-produce ng bala para sa ating military and law enforcers. The more the merrier. Ika nga, mas maraming producer, mas makakamura po tayo. This will also complement our proposal in Senate Bill number 2895, which fixes the validity of licenses to deal and manufacture to a period of 10 years, which will encourage investments for our defense industry. Ang pagpasa ng panukalang batas na ito ay isang malakas at klarong mensahe na ang inyong Senado ay kakampi ng pag-unlad at ng seguridad. Ito ay patunay na ang ating pagsuporta sa ating ekonomiya at sa ating kasundaluhan ay hindi lamang sabi-sabi, ngunit isang pangakong hindi napapako. I urge my colleagues to be in the zone with us. Let us support the passage of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2900.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. President, before we proceed, the Senate President Pro Tempore Senator Jigo Estrada would like to co-sponsor the measure and that his co-sponsors which be inserted in the records of Senate Bill number 2900.
Noted.
I move that we proceed to the reference of business.
Secretary, please read the reference of business.
Additional reference of business, message from the House of Representatives, letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on December 10, 2024, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Bill number 10145, an act providing for a Philippine Medical Act repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 2382 as amended, otherwise known as the Medical Act of 1959.
Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, Health and Demography and Finance.
House Bill number 11072, an act including Tagum City, the Island Garden City of Samal, and the municipalities of Asuncion, Capalong, New Corella, San Isidro, and Talaingod in the province of Davao del Norte, and the Municipality of Maco in the province of Davao de Oro to the franchise area of the Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 11515, entitled An Act Extending for Another 25 Years the Franchise Granted to the Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated under RA number 8960, entitled An Act Further Extending the Term of the Franchise Granted to Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated to construct, operate, and maintain an electric light, heat, and power system in Davao City and the municipalities of Carmen, Panabot, Duhali, and Santo Tomas, province of Davao del Norte for a period of 25 years and for other purposes.
Public Services.
House Bill number 10960, an act providing for the tax and duty treatment of electric vehicles, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 11697, otherwise known as the Electric Vehicle Industry Development Act.
Energy, Public Services, and Ways and Means.
House Bill number 11113, an act rationalizing the safety measures and penalties relative to the operation of motorcycles, amending for the purpose RA number 11235, otherwise known as the Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act.
Justice and Human Rights.
Bills on first reading. Senate Bill number 2901, an act strengthening the governance and management of the Philippine Science High School System and appropriating funds, therefore, by Senator Gatchalian.
Science and Technology, Ways and Means, and Finance. Majority Leader.
Minute suspension, Mr.
Session
President.
suspended.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreed provisions of House Bill number 10800. This is the bill on the General Appropriations Act of 2025. With the permission of the body, may we recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Grace Poe, to give us the highlights of the Conference Committee report.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Today
evening.
marks a culmination of weeks of rigorous debates, sleepless nights, and collaborative efforts across both houses of Congress. The 2025 national budget is a testament to our commitment to uplifting the lives of every Filipino. Sa bawat line item, special provision at proyekto, makikita ang layunin nating tugunan ang mga pangunahing pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan sa abot ng ating makakaya. Allow me to walk you through the key highlights of this budget, one that prioritizes not just growth, but equity and empowerment, given the very tight fiscal space that we have. At the heart of our economic recovery lies our unwavering dedication to creating jobs and stimulating growth. Napakahalaga ng mga pamumuhunan sa infrastruktura, kaya naman gano'n na lamang kalaki ang itinaas ng pondo sa iba't ibang mahalagang ahensya sa ilalim nito. Ang pagkakaroon nito ay nakakapaglikha ng trabaho at nakapagpapadali ng pagbabiyahe sa iba't ibang parte ng Pilipinas para doon sa mga nagtatrabaho at namumuhunan dito. We've also increased the budget of the DICT to expand our digital literacy efforts so that more Filipinos are able to keep up with the ever-changing and evolving technology. We did the same for MMDA for a better traffic management that will alleviate congestion and boost productivity in Metro Manila. Para suportahan ang sustainable tourism programs na nagbibigay ng kabuhayan sa iba't ibang komunidad, pinalaki rin natin ang pondo ng Department of Tourism. Binigyan din natin ng karagdagang pondo ang NEDA upang tiyakin na ang ating mga proyekto ay alinsunod sa isang master plan na nakapagbibigay ng trabaho sa milyong-milyong Pilipino. These increases represent a clear multiplier effect. Every peso invested in infrastructure leads to job creation and stimulates local economies, setting the stage for long-term prosperity. We recognize the growing frequency and intensity of natural disasters. Our response is a more robust funding for disaster preparedness and rehabilitation. Halimbawa, ang pagtaas ng pondo ng Department of Agrarian Reform ay nagpapakita ng ating mithiin na suportahan ang ating mga magsasaka, lalo na pagkatapos ng mga sakuna. We also funded the Liwanag at Tubig Assistance Welfare or LITAW program, a groundbreaking initiative to restore electricity and water access for low-income households in times of calamities and natural disasters. Patuloy din ang suporta para sa ating mga social protection programs na nagsisilbing lifeline para sa pinaka-vulnerable nating kababayan. Sinigurado natin na matututukan sa susunod na taon ang pagpapatayo ng mas maraming rural health units, DOH at LGU hospitals at bagong urgent care and ambulatory services or bukas centers. We also intensified DOH's capacity to prevent and control communicable diseases, particularly rabies. Through these initiatives, we are sending a clear message. In times of need, the government is here to protect and serve its people. Isa sa pinakamahalagang issue ngayon ay ang seguridad ng ating bansa. Kaya naman dinagdagan natin ang budget ng defense sector. We've increased the funding of the D&D to fund critical projects, including the Kalayaan Island Sheltered Port and the Pag-asa Airport. These are strategic investments that underscore our commitment to asserting our territorial integrity. A more generous funding is also allotted to the Philippine Coast Guard to ensure that our coastlines are patrolled and secured, safeguarding not just our territory, but also the livelihoods of our beloved fisherfolk. We honor our soldiers, the frontliners of our nation's defense, by ensuring that they have the resources they need to fulfill their duties. This includes providing them with the much-needed military subsistence allowances. Ang katarungan at kapayapaan ay importanteng haligi ng demokrasya. To bolster peace and order through programs that ensure safer communities and to increase the capacity of our police force, we have increased the budget of the DILG. Pinondohan din natin ang operasyon ng mga hukuman at ang social lawyering fund upang matiyak ang mabilis at patas na paggamit ng katarungan. We also bolstered the fight against human trafficking and child sexual abuse, as well as cyber crimes through increased funding for our justice sector. Ang mataas na budget para sa edukasyon ay isang mahalagang puhunan para sa kinabukasan ng ating kabataan. It will fund critical programs such as enhancing teachers, upskilling, and providing learning materials that bridge the gaps in education for every Filipino student. We also increased the budget for the establishment of child development centers to ensure that proper interventions on our children's health at the earliest stage possible are in place. Lastly, the DFA received an increase to strengthen our diplomatic missions and ensure that our country's interests are upheld and our voice is heard in the international community. At this point, allow me to express my profound gratitude for the collective effort that brought us to this pivotal moment. First, to my fellow senators, I thank you for your wisdom, dedication, and steadfast commitment to shaping a budget that reflects the aspirations of the Filipino people. Your diligence and vision have ensured that every allocation in this budget stands for progress and inclusivity. To the technical working group, the LBRMO committee secretariats and legislative staff of my office, the brilliance of this budget lies in your tireless work behind the scenes. From drafting provisions to crunching numbers, your patience and meticulousness made all the difference. Panghuli at pinakamahalaga sa bawat Pilipino, kayo ang pinakapuso ng budget na ito. Hindi man perpekto, Ginawa natin ang ating mga kaya sa ating makakayanan. Ang tagumpay na ito ay tagumpay ninyo. Ang budget na ito ay sumasailalim sa inyong boses at pag-asa para sa mas maayos na buhay. I stand before you today with pride and conviction, declaring that we have done our best to fulfill our promise to pass a budget that places you, the Filipino people, at its heart. And as we close this chapter, I can say that it has been my honor to serve and fight for you to build a stronger and more robust nation. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Grace Po. Our Minority Leader is recognized.
Mr. President.
Yes, Minority Leader Senator Government is recognized.
I think it is our duty, being the minority, to ask some questions, especially about the BICAM report on the national budget, especially after having noticed some significant swings. When we say swing, let's say net changes in some of the budgetary items, Mr. President, reported to us. No? Kasi we are, right before me is a summary of the conference committee report, Mr. President. So with the permission of our chairperson, our chairwoman, if this representation can proceed with these questions, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, I'll gladly take this opportunity.
Mr. President, I'll start with one of the issues that I raised in last year's budget process, or meaning to say, covering the 2024 budget, which is the issue on the level of the unprogrammed appropriations, Mr. President. If I can start with that, Mr. President, if our chairwoman can inform us, all of us, what is now the level of the unprogrammed appropriations under our bicameral conference committee report?
The unprogrammed appropriations is 531,665
million, yes. So that's now the ending of our BICAM report. But then, our NEP, okay, if our chairwoman can find out what was the NEP level of the unprogrammed appropriations, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the NEP level is 158.665 billion.
Yes, Mr. President. So, paki-minus nga. 531.
So it's an increase of 373.
It's here. Yes, an increase of 373 billion pesos. Unfortunately, Mr. President, this practice of increasing the unprogrammed appropriations in the final version of the national budget over and above the level of the unprogrammed appropriations recommended by the President in the President's budget, or called the NEP, is one of the issues I have raised before the Supreme Court. And we are repeating the said practice in our plan for the 2025 budget. Mas maliit nga kasi for 2024 halos if I'm not mistaken 400 billion yung in-increase ngayon, but it's still ito 373 billion pesos. So was increase. We're increasing it. So was this issue ever touched in the discussion of our chairwoman with the chair of the House panel, Mr. President?
Mr. President, This was actually discussed with our technical working group. What we have decided is that we have limited resources, but there are so many programs that we would like to fund. And unfortunately, we don't have the immediate amount on hand. So there's still certain projects that will be categorized in the unfunded, unprogrammed appropriations. Ideally, there should be none, and I would concede that. That's why from last year, from this year, 2024, which was 737 billion, now we are at 531 billion. There are obviously a long ways to go when it comes to having more fiscal discipline. But this is the reality, and I'm transparent about this, that we really have unprogrammed appropriations. Last year, if I may mention, what was released for this year is, as of November, from the 737 billion, Mr. President, out of the 731 billion, 438 billion of the unprogrammed funds for 2024 was released. So certain priority projects also that were put in the unprogrammed have been funded already.
So meaning to say, since we have data already for year 2024, for year 2024, we have the administration has released under the unprogrammed appropriations an amount larger than the original figure in the NEP under unprogrammed appropriations for the year 2024. Tama
No,
po?
Mr. President, for 2024, it's 731 billion.
Correct. Yan po yung sa GAA na natin.
For
But
the NEP.
For the NEP, that must have been around 300 billion. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. President,
Yes,
281 billion.
281 billion. But now, from actual figures, they have released around 400 billion of the 700 billion in the unprogrammed.
Yes,
Tama.
Mr.
Sige
President.
po. I'm just establishing po that fact, Mr. President. But then, Mr. President, unfortunately, this representation has to be consistent with his stand, Mr. President, and his beliefs, Mr. President. So, that means that we have another issue, Mr. President, which can possibly reach the Supreme Court. Because the Constitution talks about appropriations, that the Congress may not increase the appropriations as recommended by the President. So, very simple lang naman yung interpretation ko po. When the word appropriations is used, it does not distinguish between programmed and unprogrammed appropriations.
Well, Mr. President, the unprogrammed is really not part of the total of the BICAM report or the budget proposed. Okay, so it's obviously that's why it's called unprogrammed. It's unfunded. Now, if you mention about the president has the power to appropriate for the unprogrammed funds based on certain criterias. First of all, it has to come from a source. For example, extra collections from the government, from GOCCs, dividends, extra collections from the BIR, etc., or even loan proceeds, which, as I understand now, even our Secretary of Finance is not really very keen on adding more additional loans because we have to keep our debt to GDP ratio at around 60 to 61%. So this will really come from extra funding that the government is able to collect.
And for the year 2024, there was an extra or an additional mechanism inserted in funding and unprogrammed appropriations. Yun yung sweeping of the so-called idle funds which affected PhilHealth. Sinasabi ko lang yan so that I will also not forget to raise PhilHealth later on. Pero, okay. But Mr. President, yung 400 billion of the items under unprogrammed appropriations na na-release na at na-fund na for so far for the year 2024, what was the legal basis for funding them? Isn't it dagaa, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, that was
correct.
actually one of the provisions in the GAA that funding from other sources, government revenue in excess can fund unprogrammed appropriations.
Correct. So, meaning to say, kahit si unprogrammed is not unprogrammed talaga siya, so hindi siya talaga kasama sa total ni programmed appropriations. But the legal basis, kasi ang general rule sa Constitution natin, no public funds shall be spent except pursuant to an appropriations provided by law. So when those 400 billion items under unprogrammed appropriations were funded, what was the law made as the basis for funding them? Hindi po ba GAA din of 2024?
Yes, Mr.
Correct.
President.
Okay, tama po. Meaning to say, pag sinabing appropriations, kasama si programmed at si unprogrammed. So, Mr. President, with this information, I have no choice but to once again raise this before the Supreme Court, maybe in a new case or siguro, ano to, supplemental ba? Or supplemental petition before the Supreme Court, Mr. President.
But, Mr. President, just for clarification, anyway, you're the legal expert here. There's really, all GOCCs remit also to the government, excess funds. And then the GAA, the GAA itself is a law. Now, if these are unprogrammed, I understand that the President also has the power to allocate certain funding options for certain programs. Now, when our minority leader raised this issue with the Supreme Court, I know it was very specific for the PhilHealth funds, which was actually savings that is not really an income-generating matter that has to be automatically appropriated to the government, unlike other agencies that any dividends should be transferred to the government. I know that PhilHealth isn't. So with the clarity given by the Supreme Court, we have that guidance already in mind. That's why we did not specifically put a provision exactly like what we had in 2024.
So our chairwoman is informing us that that fourth trigger or fourth mechanism found in the 2024 GAA as about sweeping idle funds is no longer found in our 2025.
Yes, Mr. President.
Bill. But then, Mr. President, yung petition ko po sa Supreme Court is different. Actually, separate yun. I have actually 4 cases before the Supreme Court, Mr. President. One is questioning the level of the unprogrammed appropriations. Number 2 is the PhilHealth, the order to sweep 89.9 billion pesos of PhilHealth funds. The third would be the Maharlika Corporation. And the fourth would be our intra-party dispute with the party of Senator Robin Padilla, Mr. President. So these are the 4 cases pending before the Supreme Court, Mr. President. So anyway, at any rate, okay, Mr. President, does this mean, since we increased the unprogrammed appropriations level by 373 billion pesos, does this mean that we transferred from programmed appropriations under the President's budget 373 billion pesos worth of line items, and we transferred this to the unprogrammed appropriations part? Is that a correct statement?
Well, Mr. President, yes, partly
Yes,
some
correct.
of them were transferred. But remember, this is also based on a consultation of what the priorities are. Of course, we always have a wish list of projects and also initiatives, but in the end, we also look at the disbursement rate, the utilization rate.
Meaning to say, yung 373 billion pesos na increase sa unprogrammed appropriations, lahat ng idea doon, lahat ng items na yon, yung PAPs ang tawag yan lahat ng programs, activities, and projects na yon, were originally found in the President's budget but under programmed appropriations. Is that a correct statement?
Mr. President, some of them were not in the original NEP or the President's proposals. Some of them were actually amendments done by, institutional amendments done by either houses.
Okay, by Congress. So, does the chairwoman have the, anong tawag mo doon? Breakdown, which, okay, how much of the 373 billion pesos now found in unprogrammed originally came from programmed appropriations under the NEP?
Mr. President, may we be able to submit that to Your Honor with regards to the specific, because it's quite lengthy to go back to all of them.
Just the total, not the total lang, because bakit ko to tinatanong? Because that means that is now the fiscal space made available under programmed appropriations. That's my point, Mr. President. Kaya ang next tanong, of this fiscal space, paano napuno yun? Saan din galing yung mga new PAPs na pinampuno doon sa amount na yun? That's the doon patungo yung pagtatanong ko po, Mr.
As an example, Mr. President, the foreign assisted projects in the NEP of 2025 is 215,649. Now, what the BICAM approved is 66,279. So basically, 149,370 is now in the unprogrammed.
Yes, binaba. Okay, so let's say 149. But definitely more than that amount siguro, no? You're just using that as an example.
Yes,
example.
there are also others.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the level for programmed appropriations did not change. Tama po ba yun? From the NEP level, programmed appropriations is still now, the BICAM report level for programmed appropriations is the same as the NEP level. Tama?
Yes, Mr.
Correct.
President.
Meaning to say, kung nagbaba tayo ng 149 billion, inalis natin sa President's programmed appropriations, binaba natin, pero the level is now the same. Therefore, in the budgeting process by Congress came up with at least 149 billion new items which they funded under programmed appropriations. Tama po yun?
Yes, Mr.
Correct,
President.
correct. That's why we need to know the level, Mr. President. But anyway, the chairwoman has promised to give us in writing na lang, no? The level. So that is what happened. And then, Mr. President, if I can ask about the miscellaneous personnel benefits fund. Sa NEP, sa President's budget, 163 billion pesos ang level niyan. Sa BICAM report natin, 109 billion pesos. Meaning to say, nag-free up din tayo ng 54 billion pesos. Kasi hindi rin nagbago yung bottom line. Bottom line, the same. So, is it correct to say that the 54 billion pesos na inalis natin sa MPBF ay nalagyan din ng new items by Congress? Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Mr. President. Also for the miscellaneous and personal benefits, there are a lot of reasons. There are reasons also for that. For example, although there are items in the proposed NEP, the reality is also certain job positions are not filled. That's why we also looked at the utilization rate, disbursement rate as in the past.
Yes, and we were able to free up, let us say, MPBF line lang ito,
54 billion.
Kaya
Yes,
nga, and
Mr.
then,
President.
since hindi nagbago si bottom line, ibig sabihin nun, nalagay sa ibang mga budget items yon, PAPs, na hindi na nanggaling sa Presidente, nanggaling na po sa Kongreso. Tama po?
Yes,
Tama
Mr.
po,
President.
okay. And then, pagdating sa pension and gratuity fund, sa President's budget, 232 billion ang level nito. Ang ending sa ating BICAM report, 144 billion. So, ano to, mga 88 billion pesos din po yung na-free up natin. Tama po?
Mr. President, it's true that compared to the NEP, there may have been a decrease, but bearing in mind also that compared to 2024, there's been an increase. And we know that for a fact that the increase can cover the current needs for personal benefits and pensions.
Yes, Mr. President. Pero yun lang, I'm just looking up, I'm just pointing out the fiscal space that Congress has freed up under programmed appropriations. Yun po, that's what I'm pointing out. And bago malimutan, we also freed up 74 billion pesos, 74.4 billion pesos sa PhilHealth subsidy. Tama po yun, which is under programmed appropriations. Tama po?
Yes, Mr. President.
Why did we have to do that, Mr. President? Sa dami na ng... hindi pa tayo makakame up ng total amount of the fiscal space which we have freed up sa programmed appropriations because hindi natin alam yung how much of the 373 billion of new items under unprogrammed appropriations came from program. Hindi pa natin alam eh. But we will add to that the MPBF, we add to that the PGF na mga freed amounts plus the 74 of the PhilHealth. Kinailangan pa ba natin na i-zero talaga si PhilHealth to free up 74 billion pesos, Mr. President?
I know, Mr. President, that's also the question of many. And I've thought about this long and hard. And there's no denying that PhilHealth has a savings amount of 600 billion, Mr. President. And that's also the reason why initially the administration thought of it as a way also to augment certain short fundings that we had, for example, for health workers, etc. Hindi natin maintindihan ba't hindi nila ginagamit yung pera na nandun na meron sila na nakaimbak sa isang, ewan ko kung anong klaseng account yan, savings account, na ang kinikita ay mas mababa pa kesa sa inflation. Mr. President, hindi pwedeng sisihin na nagkulang tayo sa pagbibigay sa kanila. Kasi nga ang dami ngang pera na nandyan. Hindi nila pinamimigay ang pera dun sa mga nangangailangan at tinuturuan din natin sila ng leksyon. Kung bigay ka ng bigay, nandun lang yung pera, hindi naman nagagamit. Paano naman yung mga ibang programa rin ng gobyerno na nangangailangan din ng funding? Yun nga yung sinasabi ko, pag meron kang, syempre, di ba, sinasabi natin, 5 yung anak mo, lahat yan kailangan pantay-pantay na mabigyan mo. Totoo yun. Pero sa lahat sa kanila, tinitignan mo rin kung sino may pangangailangan at sino naman ang may kakayanan na itayo rin ang kanyang sarili. Yun din ang sinasabi natin, it's a leadership problem also in PhilHealth and it's a disbursement problem. Gaya nga ng sinabi ni Senator Cynthia, ang problema din sa PhilHealth, hindi rin natin alam kung ano ba talaga yung mga benepisyo natin. Wala tayong card na nagsasabi hanggang dito o ganyan ang maibibigay sa'yo, ang tagal-tagal ng approval minsan, hindi alam ng ating mga kababayan kung paano sila makapag-comply dun sa mga requirements. So ito yung mga nagiging issue. Hindi sila kulang sa pera. At alam ko yung iba talagang pinagdidiinan nito. Pero 600 billion ang meron sila. Samantalang ang dami natin din pangangailangan pagdating sa edukasyon, pagdating sa infrastruktura. Alam mo, maganda talagang magbigay ng social protection, wealth transfer. Importante yan. Pero kailangan din natin ng wealth generating initiatives kasi hindi natin mapopondohan ang mga ibang bagay na magbibigay ng suporta sa ating mga kababayan kung ang gobyerno ay walang programa na magpapalago ng ating ekonomiya.
I'm reminded of the saying that health is wealth. But I don't think, Mr. President, that we can use funds meant for health so that we will justify this, that we will generate wealth for the nation.
Mr. President,
So,
the budget of the DOH has increased from last year. So it may not have been an item, for example, in particular for PhilHealth. Pero meron naman pong increase na nangyari dito sa DOH from 241,602 in 2024, yung BICAM natin nasa 247,923. So we are, of course, health is wealth. That's very important. But also, health, the financial situation of our country, the economy, and wealth-generating initiatives are important so that we can support social protection initiatives such as the health sector.
sige, mag-digress po tayo muna sa health sector. Pero napansin ko po na ang ating final amount sa Department of Health is 247.9 billion pesos sa BICAM report, mas mababa by 25.7 billion pesos from the GAB, 273.7 billion pesos. So, binawasan pa rin natin ang DOH. And then, ang ating ang ating pampalubag-loob lang ay yung level, nung binawasan na, yung ending amount is still higher than the 2024 GAA amount?
Yes, Mr. President.
But why did we reduce it, Mr. President, by 25.7 billion pesos, which is a very significant amount also, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, there are certain agencies that we also supported. Like, for example, the Department of Agrarian Reform, we had given them an increase for their budget. We also had given the state universities and colleges an increase in their budget. The DICT, we've also given them an increase. The Department of National Defense also has an increase. So, Mr. President, if possible, we would like to increase all. But then also because of the substantial budget allocation of other departments, we also made sure that departments that are also crucial have a respectable amount that they can operate with.
So, pwede ba nating masabi na itong 74.4 billion pesos ng PhilHealth na ziniro natin ay binigay sa ibang mga ahensya ng gobyerno na sa tingin natin ng ating committee na mas nangangailangan o mas deserving ng amount, at masasabi ba natin na hindi directly health-related yung napuntahan ng 74.4 billion pesos na yon, Mr. President?
Mr. President, hindi sa masasabi nating more deserving, more in need, perhaps.
Yes.
And then also, yes, I think I know where your next question will lead to. But yes, I think transparently you can look that if you look at the increase in some appropriations, they're not health-related.
Yes, they're not health-related. Ngayon, Mr. President, ang problema kasi yung timing din ng pagbaba natin eh. We want to teach them a lesson, pero 74.4 billion pesos tatanggalin natin, isi-zero natin. Pero hindi ba natin alam na pinasa natin dito sa chamber natin yung panukala na pababain ng premium rates. Nababa natin eh. At the same time, inutusan natin sila to increase their compensation packages, which ginawa nila. Tapos hindi lang dagdagan pa, may konsulta, etc. So, ang nangyayari po, Mr. President, we are being conservative with PhilHealth by reducing the subsidy by 74.4 billion pesos at a time when when PhilHealth has now committed to be more proactive, aggressive, and then we are returning some benefits to the direct contributors by lowering the contribution rate, Mr. President. Ganyan ang nangyari. Oh, so, parang hindi makatawiran yung makatwiran yung 74.4 billion pesos reduction, wrong timing pa. Oh, now that kung ano yung itinuturo natin sa PhilHealth, pinipressure natin sila, gagawin na nila, tapos ngayon parang pipilayan natin sila para magawa nila yung sinasabi natin gawin nila, Mr. President.
Mr. President, unang-una, hindi ako naniniwala na mapipilayan sila. Kasi nga may pagkukunan pa rin silang 600 bilyon. So sabihin na natin, 70 billion ang hindi na nalaan sa kanila ngayon sa budget. Meron naman silang pagkukunan na 600 bilyon. Ngayon, sa susunod na taon, kung talagang tinupad nila ang kanilang pangako na number 1, mas iigihan nila ang pagbigay ng suporta sa mga may sakit na nangangailangan. Pangalawa, na-implement na yung batas. Ewan ko kung napasa na ba yung batas na yon na bababaan yung premium at hindi na dapat kasama sa batas yung pag-increase ng premium na yon. At saka natin masasabi na, sige, sa susunod na taon, 2026 budget, pwede na nating punuan muli sapagkat nagagamit na nila yung kanilang reserba.
Nakalimutan ko nga i-mention na pinush ko nga sila na magkaroon ng dental services at ngayon nababasa natin that they are also offering dental services, Mr. President.
Exactly, Mr.
to be
President.
covered.
I think this can be evaluated. For example, you have a child who has committed something, you're teaching your child a lesson, hindi naman porket na nag-reform na kaagad, ay ibibigay mo na muli. Kailangan mo nang patunayan rin na masusustain ito. Magagawa niya talaga ng tuloy-tuloy. Kaya nga, dito, uulitin ko at alam ko marami rin ng magtataka dito. No? Pero 600 billion, may pera kang ganon. May mga ibang programa ng gobyerno na pwede ring pondohan. At hindi naman maghihirap ang PhilHealth dahil meron silang pagkukunan para bayaran. Ang problema nga nila noon, hindi nila ginagawa yon. Kaya ngayon, salamat sa inisyatibo nga, sinabi nga natin, yung ating minority leader, sinabi, dapat meron kayong dental benefits. Gagawin daw nila, o ginagawa na nila. Ngayon, may batas, pero hindi ko alam, parang hindi pa yata napapasa na hindi muna itataas ang premium, di ba? Hindi pa yan batas. Di ba? I-amyenda pa lang natin yan. Hindi pa yan nangyayari. So sa ngayon, ang daming nagrereklamo na ang taas ng premium ng PhilHealth tumataas, pero ang benepisyo nila hindi pa rin ganyan. Kaya meron pa rin silang nakokolektang premium na mas mataas.
Ang ating problema sa PhilHealth subsidy kasi, Mr. President, is yung formula is provided by law. Yan po, that is the long and short of it. Ngayon, by giving zero subsidy, are we in effect saying that we are suspending the provisions in the Universal Healthcare Act and the syntax law? So thank you for correcting me. In the syntax law, which provides for that formula, which we discussed during I think during the budget deliberations. We mentioned the formula. So is that what we're doing? Number one, kasi when you give a government agency zero budget, talagang number one ang message dun punishment mo yan. Okay. And then but number two, merong rito na there is a formula, and the formula yields I think around 74.4 billion pesos ang pag gamitin yung formula, hindi pala 73, I will correct myself. 53.13 billion pesos ang may-yield nung formula, Mr. President, around that amount. So, is it also our message that we are suspending the formula found under the syntax law?
Mr. President, we are not suspending the implementation of a law. What we are saying is that at the moment, it is an unfunded program or law of the government. You know, we have more than 1 trillion pesos of unfunded laws in the country. Maraming mga batas pero nagkukulang ang pondo para dito. Ngayon, the GAA in itself is also a law. I understand the Senate minority leaders mentioned, but this is earmarked. Earmarked ito, so dapat doon talaga napupunta. Pero yung BIR, for example, has also that earmark na they are able to harness or benefit from 1% of their total collections. But because they haven't really reached a certain utilization, the government has not given them that 1% supposedly that would go to them. So, Mr. President, this is not, sadly, the reality is this is not uncommon. And the GAA itself is a law. We have a discretion also to look at the macro picture of a particular time in our society and economy and to see what fiscal space we have.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. But unfortunately, I think when we apply the formula for what is to be remitted to PhilHealth under the UHCA, this is based on actual revenues or collections. So, wala pong reason na masabi natin it will be an unfunded mandate kasi if the collection is zero, percentage of zero is zero, pero may collection eh. So we have to, if the sponsor will allow me to read para the provisions. No? Ano ba dapat ang binibigay sa PhilHealth? Utos ng Universal Healthcare Act. Revenues from excise tax on sugar-sweetened beverages. 50% of total revenue shall be allocated, may word pa na exclusively, to PhilHealth, 80% nito. 80% of the 50%, tama? To PhilHealth, okay. Revenues from excise tax on alcohol products, 50% of total revenue shall be allocated exclusively to PhilHealth, to the tune of 80% of that 50%. Revenues from excise tax on tobacco products. 50% of total excise tax collection from tobacco products shall be exclusively allocated to PhilHealth to the tune of 80% of that 50%. And then revenues from excise tax on heated tobacco products and vapor products, from the total revenues, PhilHealth must be given 80%. For the implementation of the Universal Healthcare Act. And then, sa pagkakaintindi ko, ito na yon. That is why umabot tayo sa 74.43 billion sa NEP because health insurance coverage under syntax law amounting to 53.13 billion pesos to be used for health insurance premiums of indirect contributors. Plus, inad doon yung 21.17 billion pesos benefit package improvement under the Universal Healthcare Law, plus a smaller amount of 127.5 million pesos special purpose insurance, million lang po yun, 127.5 million pesos special purpose insurance coverage for the health insurance premiums of the beneficiaries under Pamana program. Pag isuma total lahat yun yung 74.43 billion pesos na nasa NEP as subsidy to to PhilHealth. Pero meron pa nagdi-dispute yan, hindi yan tama, di ba? Oh, although I must hasten to add na meron pa nga nagdi-dispute dyan that if you properly apply the formula, it should even be a bigger amount than the 74.43 billion pesos. That's the point, Mr. President. And then na-zero na natin. And then, admittedly, ang destinasyon nung na-free up na 74.4 billion pesos, aminado tayong hindi sa directly health purposes, Mr. President. So that's what happened to PhilHealth, Mr. President. So it's a different. This is my opinion, Mr. President. The subsidy for PhilHealth is in the nature of is like an automatic appropriation because the law provides for the formula. Parang ministerial act na lang sa DBM to determine the amount under the formula and then give it as a subsidy. Minimum amount of subsidy kasi itong mga benefit packages, dagdag na po yan. Pero minimum amount of subsidy is determined by law. So when we are discussing general principles ng budget, when they mention automatic appropriations, ang instruction nila sa Congress, you cannot touch automatic appropriations because the appropriation is provided by law. So that's the point of this representation, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if I may, there are also other laws that specify that the government will automatically appropriate. But then the reality is, even if the government wanted to, it hasn't been able to appropriate, as I mentioned, more than 1 trillion pesos worth of funds that belong to, that should have funded certain laws that have been passed. So, Mr. President, I think we can argue about this all day. I understand the point of the minority leader. What I'm just saying is that with discretion also of the legislative body, we believe that the 600 billion of PhilHealth is for them to be able to utilize. They are not definitely destitute. They have the funding for it. And if they also show their capability to utilize those funds, next year, definitely it will be a different scenario once we evaluate the progress that they have made. Because we can go back and forth to this, and as the minority leader has said, that doesn't stop him from questioning this from another independent body, the judiciary, to clarify the matter.
Yes.
But we stand by the fact that the GA is also a law, looking at the snapshot of hopefully the next year and how we will be able to fund all our priority projects.
So, Mr. President, yun lang, I'm just pointing this out na we may be inviting another case before the Supreme Court because under the theory that the GAA, if we pass this, is amending indirectly the syntax law, Mr. President, the formula. Well, and then, Mr. President, para na rin po hindi humaba, can I just make of note my observations and then request in writing some further information about them, Mr. President. So, for example, we increased the Office of the President budget by 5.4 billion pesos. Ang tanong na lang siguro why, in writing na lang po. Kasi pwede naman nung sa plenary, pwede naman talagang nailabas na lang yun kung if they really need additional 5.
Mr. President, if may I clarify it, because I think it's for good reason. This was actually a request because all of a sudden, we have been chosen or we have been assigned to host the ASEAN summits. Dapat yan kasi Myanmar. For some reason, some delegates said na they're not comfortable because maybe of some political situation in Myanmar, and the next is the Philippines. So that's exactly the amount that is needed for the ASEAN. That is the only addition because when they did the NEP, Wala pa
Wala pa
yung
yan.
designation sa atin.
Meaning to say that this 5.4 billion was reflected in the Senate committee report.
Yes, Mr.
Correct.
President.
Okay, so congratulations for that and thank you for pointing that out, Mr. President. Nasunod yung ating version.
Finally, no?
Yes, thank you. Then, Mr. President, ito kung pwede na lang din in writing unless of course our chairwoman feels the need to explain it right now. The Office of the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture suffered a decrease of 22.3 billion pesos. O bakit po? Malaki po yon. Department of Education, the Office of Secretary Angara also suffered a decrease of 12 billion pesos. Bakit na lang po? 12 billion, yes. And even the UP system, we reduced it by 641 million pesos. Bakit po? And then, dinilimit ko na lang po yung sa mga malalaking halaga. Like the Office of the Secretary ng Department of Health, 25.7 billion pesos. Bakit po? Binawasan natin siya. Halos 10% po ng budget din niya yun. DILG Secretary, Office of the Secretary by 819.9 million pesos. Sa Department of Labor, the Office of the Secretary, malaki-laki rin po yung dinicrease natin dito, 16.8 billion pesos. Tapos, napakalaki naman nung dinagdag natin sa Office of the Secretary ng DPWH, 288.6 billion pesos. Siguro po dito, pagdating sa DPWH, kung pwedeng may special request ako if ma-identify how much of these are flood control projects because yan po yung parang sensitive issue of the day, Mr. President. DSWD, Office of the Secretary, we are reducing it by 94.3 billion pesos. Ano pong apektado rito? Is it what particular program? Can we, this one ma'am, can we, Madam Chair, can we provide details right now? Is it 4-piece? Is it AX? What's affected, Madam Chairwoman?
Okay, Mr. President,
Yes, ma'am.
initially, there's been a decrease in the 4-piece program from the proposed NEP. And then, but then there's also from the NEP actually, there's been an increase in the IX program. From the IX. So, as you know, with the 4-piece program, there's also a status of like the certain families graduating from the 4-piece program.
But for the DSWD Office of the Secretary to be decreased by 94.3 billion, malaki po yun. That could not have come from the 4-piece program's decrease, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Wait. Wala pa.
Session is resumed.
for the Office of the Secretary of the DSWD, dun sa National Expenditure Program, yung proposal ng executive, 226,665,000,000. Pagdating sa GAB, naging 310,142,000,000. Sila din ang nag-increase. Pero pagdating sa BICAM, sila rin yung nagtanggal, naging 215,818,000,000. So if we actually look at the NEP to the GAB, there is a decrease of 10 billion. Hindi naman from 310 to 215 na like more than, like almost 100 billion. Kasi sila din hindi ko nga maintindihan sila rin ang nag-increase nun, Mr. President. Pero sila rin ang nagtanggal.
Kaya nga, siguro in writing na lang, Mr. President,
yes, Mr.
kung
President.
what programs of the DSWD lodged under the budget for the Office of the Secretary will be affected by this 94.3 billion peso decrease. Yan lang po. Apa. And then, ito pong DOTR, Office of the Secretary, also suffers a decrease of 17.5 billion pesos. So in writing na lang po. Pero ang question ko po, yung idea po ni Senator J.V. Ejercito na balak niya sanang iakyat or ilagay sa programmed appropriations yung mga items, some items na nasa ilalim dapat ng DOTR, Office of the Secretary, na linagay sa unprogrammed appropriations, gusto niyang iakyat sa program yun para sure ang funding. Nasunod po ito o hindi?
Actually, yan yung proposal natin sa Senate Committee Report. Pero unfortunately, we are in agreement Actually, Senator JV and I wanted certain DOTR projects to be funded.
Yes,
But-
especially with the indulgence of the sponsor, it's the foreign-assisted projects. No,
Oo,
that, yes.
pero Mr. President, maraming foreign-assisted projects sa DOTR ang na-fund rin. Like sa rail, halimbawa, pati yung Mindanao Rail na-fund, yung North-South rail na-fund rin. So I guess, kung ano yung yun yung mga nandun sa foreign-assisted projects. Now, I would also like to remind the body that in the past year, zero yung foreign-assisted projects. Ngayon, at least meron tayong 60+ billion dito sa BICAM. Ito yung mga kaagad-agad kailangan natin bayaran para hindi tayo in default. So I guess the others were put in unprogrammed because we still have some breathing space or some leeway to be able to fund it that we are still not in default.
Thank you for that clarification. Meaning to say there are 60 billion pesos worth of foreign-assisted projects, most likely the government counterpart amounts which are found in the program part of the appropriations.
Yes, Mr. President.
But these are not found in the budget for the Office of the Secretary of the DOTR. Saan siya nakalagay? Kasi 50.6 billion lang po ang total ng budget ng Office of the Secretary of the DOTR. That is not enough. 50.6 is not enough to fund 60 billion
But
foreign
that's just the
assistance.
Office of the Secretary. Di ba? Meron
Saan po
mga specific
saan po nakalagay?
projects that are mentioned. That's not the entire.
Nasa specific agency na. Ang dalawa na lang ipopointed ko. Ched, Nia, tapos
Hindi lang. Anong total budget?
for the record.
The entire budget of the DOTR is 87 billion, Mr. President. Yung OSEC lang yung sinasabi natin na
Correct.
50
Yes.
billion should be less than the FAPs. But kasi hindi naman lahat ng FAP nandun sa DOTR.
Yes. okay,
Meron
thank
mga
you.
iba na hindi rin doon.
So found in the other agencies' budgets. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for that input, Mr. President. And then just in writing, Mr. President, the decrease in the budget of the CHED by 26.9 billion pesos. Bakit po siya na-decrease ng ganito? And then saan yung NIA? I also noticed sa NIA, National Irrigation Administration, it also suffers a decrease of 23.1 billion pesos.
Mr.
May-
President, I think it's not a new, it's not new to us, our disappointment with NIA's utilization and disbursement rate. So, tinignan lang natin kung ano ba talaga yung mga mai-implementa talaga nila.
Pero I'm assuming na yung NIA GAB level na 92.5 billion pesos, yan din yung NEP level. Is that correct?
No, Mr.
No?
President, actually na-increase. Na-increase yun, kaya nga
So may we know the NEP level for NIA?
42 lang siya sa NEP, Mr. President. 42 billion lang siya sa NEP.
So that means walang, theoretically, just looking at the amounts, dapat walang tatamaan sa NIA programs under the NEP. Kasi 42 billion siya, and then ang final approval is 69.3 billion. Last point na. And my last point, Mr. President, which I'm just stating for the record, and of course in the interest of transparency, because it involves Congress, our institutions, Mr. President. After the BICAM, the Senate's budget will be increased by 1.1 billion pesos, and the House of Representatives budget will be increased by 17.3 billion pesos. So ang start ng Senate, 12.8 billion pesos plus 1.1 billion pesos, ang budget natin is 13.9 billion pesos. Ang House of Representatives, ang starting amount nila 16.3 billion pesos, ang increase nila 17.3 billion pesos, ang ending budget nila 33.6 billion pesos. Ang aking lang basic point dito, Mr. President, kung ganito rin pala ang ending ng mga ang amounts, bakit hindi na lang linabas natin sa plenary at tiniskas? Bakit kailangan sa BICAM pa mangyayari ito, Mr. President, na halos lumampas pa sa doble ang budget ng isang chamber na bala ko sanang salihan next year, Mr. President. But we have to be transparent with we have to be transparent about all of this, Mr. President. Na, di ba, if you need, okay, we'll use mathematical terms. If you need 2x instead of x, bakit hindi pa na-reflect yan dun sa original bill na final mo? Sana pinare-reflect mo na yung 33 billion pesos na pangangailangan mo. That's my point, Mr. President. So I'm not expecting an explanation from our chairwoman kasi hindi naman niya ito kagagawan. So for more transparency in our budget process sana, we will discuss it sa floor. And then is our Senate Secretary here? Medyo mabuti is not here because I will talk about him, Mr. President. Okay. But you should not take this personally, okay? Para lang for the information of our colleagues. During the budget season, I interpolated on the Senate's budget. Okay. So happy kayo for the first time nag-appear ang ating Senate Secretary to answer questions. Ano yan? So basic factual question. For the year 2024, yung 2 billion increase ng Senate budget, sa BICAM ba nangyari o hindi? Ang sagot sa akin, sa plenary nating ginawa, which I accepted. But upon further research, I was given a wrong answer. Sa BICAM din po nangyari yun. Just like what is happening now, we also increased the Senate's budget by 1.1 billion pesos. So, just to make that clear, Mr. President, no, na
Mr. President, actually, nung second and third reading, nandun na yung increase natin na 1.1
dito,
billion.
for this year, for 2025 po yan. I'm talking about when I was asking the Senate Secretary about the 2024 budget of
wala
the
pa ako
Senate.
nun,
Opo,
Mr.
hindi po sa yan.
Kasi akala ko ako yung sinasabihan mo
Hindi
eh.
po. That's why sabi ko nga, I'm talking about our Senate Secretary. So, just to be very, very transparent, no? sana po magbigay din tayo ng mga accurate na sagot, Mr. President. Because marami na rin tayong experience dito sa budget season. Sagot lang na sagot para lang matapos na yung proseso. Alam mo, sometimes binobola ka lang nung mga iba. Pero, well, anyway,
Hindi kita
Mr. President.
binobola, Mr. President.
No, that is one. That is some of our resource persons, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I would like to put on record that I do not totally agree with everything that's been proposed also by the House. Unfortunately, I'm also trying to safeguard certain key points that I feel that we are more passionate about and what we believe we should also be able to protect. As the Senate President has mentioned, this is not a zero-sum game. Unfortunately, we all have our wish lists. Their budget is much larger because they're a bigger house, I suppose. But then the reality is we have to, like for example, certain projects, we've added provisions to make sure that there is a repertorial process for us to be able to monitor and audit whatever funding we have placed in some initiatives we feel needs to be safeguarded more profoundly.
Well, at the end of the day, budgeting is a political process, Mr. President. Alam ko naman yun. So, I'm just doing this, katulad doon sinabi ko sa umpisa, this is the duty of the minority to ask questions and to bring out facts, just especially in the interest of transparency. So our people will know, kasi ang ginagastos natin dito would be taxes taken from the people, non-tax revenues also taken from the people, plus loans, debt, national debt incurred in the name of the people. So that's the purpose, Mr. President, just for transparency's sake. So with that, I end my interpellation on the BICAM committee report, Mr. President.
Our due thanks to the extensive interjections of our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, as usual. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, next to make a manifestation is Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Zubiri is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
sir.
President. Mr. President, I just want to put on record, with, of course, my highest respects to the chairperson, Senator Grace Poe, for spearheading the committee, and of course to the Senate President, trying his best to work miracles out of the limited fiscal space that we have. But I'd just like to put on record, because last week I was telling my colleagues, Mr. President, last week I was a speaker in the Philippine Textiles Conference in Cagayan de Oro, together with all the DOST officials. They even gave me an award as the champion of the DOST because tinaas po natin yung budget nila. And I'd like to put on record, the net budget of the DOST was at 28.4 billion. The GAB was at 28.5 billion. There was an increase, a small increase. And the committee report, our committee report, Mr. President, was at 29.3 billion. So, unfortunately, nabanggit ko na po ito sa kanila. Lalo na po, Mr. President, my dear colleagues, no? Lalo na po yung FIVOX. Yung FIVOX po, Mount Canloon is already erupting as we speak, Mr. President. And I promised them the funds for their modernization of their equipment. Unfortunately po, nawala at bumalik po sa NEP yung kanilang budget. Yung pag-asa na palagi natin sinasabihan na walang pag-asa, binigyan po natin sila ng additional budget so that they could improve their Doppler radar systems. But unfortunately, it was reverted back in the BICAM report to the NEP amount, which basically nawala din po yung additional Doppler equipment. So I just want to put this on record, Mr. President. And nahiya nga ako dahil yung pinagpuntahan ko na conference, which is the Philippine Textile Research Institute, at hiyang-hiya po ako sa kanila. I'm actually very embarrassed because nabawasan pa yung budget nila. The NEP was at 354 million, and now their budget is at 319 million. At sinabi, and of course, our BICAM report was at 384. So they had about a 30 million increase in the BICAM report, and then, in the Senate approval. Pagdating sa BICAM, nabawasan sila ng mas mababa pa sa NEP, Mr. President. I have to put this on record because ayoko naman po magalit sila sa akin. Sabihin nila, I will remiss at my job as being the chairman of the Committee on the Science and Technology Budget. So, I just want to put that on record because I don't want to lose face, Mr. President, to the department. I apologize to them. I guess the chairperson, together with the technical staff, tried their best. But, if there are problems, climate change happens, and we should not blame Pag-asa, we should not blame FIVOX. They're not to blame because we did not give them the equipment that they deserve. Second, Mr. President, is PhilPost. Yung Franklin privileges na binigay natin 100 million, which we give every year as a Senate, tinanggal po. Wala na pong Franklin privileges under PhilPost. So therefore, wala na pong libreng mailing Franklin privilege yung DOJ, which they were, the Judiciary, which were expected from us in the COMELEC. I don't know how we will explain that to them and how we'll explain to PhilPost because now PhilPost has to pay for it and I know they don't have the income for it, Mr. President. Zero budget din sila. So yun naman po, with a heavy heart, I still support the budget, Mr. President. I trust your leadership and I will support this budget. Yun lang, with a heavy heart, I just feel bad that the Department of Science and Technology was not given the proper increases that they deserved. So yun naman po, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
We thank the gentleman for his understanding and continued support. Thank you, Senator Zubiri. Majority Leader.
With that, Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes of House Bill number 10800 and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed read into the records of the chamber.
All those in favor na lang. Hindi, magkano na. Any objection, tapos magbalikas na lang. Any objection? Hearing none. Hindi, so mag-iSMS na lang. All those in favor.
So I think the motion is for the approval. So
Yes.
we're objecting because the vote of this representation is a no vote, Mr. President. And I will just submit the explanation of my no vote in due time, Mr. President.
We will record your no vote after, and you can explain your respective votes afterwards, after the vote.
Mr. President, the Deputy Minority Leader is seeking the floor.
Session is suspended. Coco? There is a motion to approve the disagreeing provisions on the Bicameral Conference Committee report on House Bill number 10800. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. The Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 10800 is hereby approved and ratified. Chair would like to note the negative vote of the minority floor leader, Senator Pimentel. And what is the pleasure of the lady from... what is the pleasure of the Honorable Ontiveros?
Salamat abi, Mr. President. With all due respect and thanks to the Good Finance Committee Chair, Senator Grace, and the Senate President, Senator Chiz, I would just like to manifest that I join the minority leader in the minority's vote of no to this bill, and I will submit my explanation of no vote in writing with emphasis on the effective defunding of PhilHealth in the bill. Salamat tabi,
Thank
Mr.
you,
President.
Senator Ontiveros. Duly noted and entered into the records. Majority Leader.
Mr. President,
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Villanueva?
Mr. President, just to give a very short manifestation on the ratification of the bicameral conference committee report, if I may, Mr. President.
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is just to put on record our agreement with the majority of the members of the Senate in ratifying the 2025 budget. However, Mr. President, it's also disheartening to note, Mr. President, that some of our institutional amendments, namely for TESDA, for the creative industry and the integrators of our enterprise-based and education training were not carried. We feel, Mr. President, that this is very important items, and we hope, Mr. President, that our agency, our beloved agency, our TESDA, would step up and fill in the gaps, Mr. President. I would also like to put into the records, Mr. President, my personal point of view when it comes to the passage of the GAA, which is also another law, Mr. President. It may be different from other laws that we have already passed, but it is a law, the GAA. When some people are talking about the constitutionality, Mr. President, remember, wala pa pong PhilHealth noong nagkaroon tayo ng konstitusyon. At ikatlo, Ginoong Pangulo, naniniwala din tayo na dapat pagtuunan ng pansin yung mga nangangailangang ahensya ng ating pamahalaan, kaya tayo ay nag-a-agree din sa desisyon ng mayorya sa pamumuno ng ating chairperson, Senator Grace po. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, at may God bless us all.
Noted and entered into records. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, last week manifestation is Senator Christopher Bongo. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Goy is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Mr. President, although I commend some of the provisions advocated in the BICAM report, I just want to manifest my strong reservation on some of the provisions of the bicameral conference committee report, which I personally find unacceptable. I did not also sign the BICAM report because details of the reconciled budget were not available earlier. This is also in line in support of the manifestation of Senator De La Rosa during the opening of the BICAM to give the members time to review prior to signing. Bakit po ako pipirma sa isang dokumento na hindi ko naman po alam ang detalye? First, I am saddened by the zero budget given to PhilHealth. As chairman of the Committee on Health, advocacy ko po ang health. Dapat po ang pondo ng PhilHealth ay para sa health. Kaya nga po, PhilHealth. Lessons learned, dapat tayo sa pandemya. We should invest more in health. Katumbas po yan ang buhay ng bawat Pilipino. Kaya dapat bigyan po natin ng priority ang health. While we acknowledge that PhilHealth has still billions in reserve funds, sabi nila 500 billion, as discovered and discussed in 5 hearings conducted by the Committee on Health, subsidy from the national government may still be needed to implement necessary reforms and improvements in its benefit packages. Huwag naman zero budget. Sa huli, ang mga mahihirap na pasyente na naman ang kawawa dyan. We kept on urging PhilHealth to expand its benefit packages, especially for top 10 mortality diseases, increase case rates, scrap its restrictive policies like the 24-hour confinement policy, cover additional services like dental. Tinupad na nila yung dental recently, optometric services and assistive device. Paano po magbe-benefit ang mga pasyente kung zero ang budget ng PhilHealth? I also want to highlight that Republic Act 11223 or the Universal Healthcare UHC law also mandates that the amount necessary to implement the provisions of the UHC shall be included in the GAA. Ito po yung nakolekta noong 2023. Dapat po ay nakalaan po ito para sa 2025 and shall be appropriated under the DOH and the national government subsidy to PhilHealth. May pinanggalingan na po yan tulad ng sin tax collections na dapat ay para sa implementation po ng UHC. Nasa batas po yan. May earmarking po yan under Republic Act 11346 at Republic Act 11467 or the sin tax law. There is also a provision in the UHC Act that premium subsidy for direct contributors shall be included annually in the General Appropriations Act. Bigyan sana natin ng maayos at sapat na budget ang PhilHealth at hikayatin ang PhilHealth na i-maximize ang paggamit ng kanilang pondo para sa kanilang mga health-related programs and services. At dapat sana kung ano ang budget na nawala sa PhilHealth, dapat sana ay mapunta sana sa health. Ang budget ng health dapat para sa health. Hindi ko alam kung saan napunta ang 74 billion na dapat sana para sa PhilHealth at para sa health. Kung may tinanggal na budget sa PhilHealth, dapat kulang. Kung may tinanggal na budget sa PhilHealth dahil kulang ang benepisyo na binibigay nito, dapat sa health programs din po ilagay ito. Dapat hindi po sa iba. I also want to highlight the decrease in the budget of the AFP Modernization Program from the 50 billion approved in the Senate. Tinaasan natin dito sa Senado from the 40 billion approved in the House, naging 35 billion na lang po. As I manifested during the plenary deliberations, importante po ang modernization ng AFP para mapanatili ang kapayapaan at seguridad ng bansa. Anyway, kahit may reservation po ako, nakakalungkot. Just want to put that on record. Thank you, Mr. President.
Duly noted and entered into the records. Thank you, Senator Go. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I would like to react also to, not react, just before you close this, I would just like to say that, of course, your chairman endeavored to get all of your advocacies in. We did what we could also to protect our initiatives. But again, as I said, we have very limited fiscal space, and when it comes to PhilHealth, hindi po mawawala ng benepisyo ang ating mga kababayan. Meron pong 600 bilyon na pwede nilang gamitin dito. Tapos ang DOH, mula sa NEP, tumaas ang budget ng 30 billion. Yung pagdating naman sa AFP, tumaas ang budget nila ng 29 billion from the NEP. So yun lamang po. Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Grace. Majority Floor Leader. Duly noted and entered into the records.
With that, Mr. President, we now move on and move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2898 under committee report. Number 428, this is the bill on the liberalizing the lease of private lands by foreign investors. So move, Mr. President.
Before acting on the motion of the Majority Leader, Chair would like to make a short manifestation as well. Since I remember having said this earlier in the BICAM, it is not in the records of the Senate. Walang batas na perpekto, hindi perpekto ang batas na ito na inaprubahan lamang natin. May mga nalagay, may hindi nalagay, may natuwa, may hindi natuwa, may nagalit, may napangiti. Subalit maging ganun pa man, ang trabaho ng Kongreso ay pumili sa pagitan ng mga bagay na pwedeng pondohan kung alin dito ang unahin. Lahat mahalaga, lahat importante. Subalit, kailangan natin magpasa at pumili kung alin. Nais ko lang tugunan sana partikular, yung nababanggit palagi kaugnay sa PhilHealth. 2 buwan na ang lumilipas, nagsalita ako sa isang press con dito sa Senado at sinabi kong pinag-aaralan nating tanggalin yung 74 billion na pangbayad ng premium ng PhilHealth. Dahil nga, yung 500 sobra-sobra, kaya sinubukan bawasan, binalik ng Korte Suprema yung ilan at pinagbawal na, pero mula sa 500, bumaba ng 400 at 40, sa ngayon, 600 billion muli yun. Dadagdagan pa natin uli ng 74 para sa ano, hindi naman dinadagdagan yung benepisyo. Sa totoo lang, nasa charter ng PhilHealth na pwede nilang gastusin ang kanilang pondo para sa coverage, universal coverage ng PhilHealth. Ang mangyayari po lamang dito, mula sa isang bulsa ng PhilHealth chargeable sa reserve fund nila, ililipat sa kabilang bulsa na hindi naman nila ginagastos pa rin para sa benepisyo ng mga miyembro nila. Yung mga nagbabayad ng kontribusyon tulad natin na sumusweldo, dati nang nandun yun. yung 74 billion para sa coverage ng universal coverage ng mga hindi formally employed. Having said that, I'd like that to be entered into the records as well, and Chair would now like to act on the motion. Consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order. Sorry for the little delay, Minority Leader. The Minority Leader is now...
Just to be accurate, Mr. President, 53 billion would be for the indirect contributors.
I stand corrected,
Because
yes.
21 billion is to supplement the
Yes.
package enhancement, Mr. President.
I stand corrected, Your Honor. Now, Senator Pimentel is recognized to for the aforementioned bill made mention of by the Majority Floor Leader on the 99-year lease.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to attribute this bill to the author, Mr. President, who is our Senate President.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And congratulations for your imaginative thinking in coming up with this proposal, Mr. President. So this representation is ready to answer questions if there are any, Mr. President. But I think no one listed for interpellation.
There being no reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation, Mr. President.
Any objection? Period of interpolation and debate is now closed. Majority Leader?
I move to open the period of amendments of Senate Bill number 2898 and recognize again, once again, our Minority Leader, Senator Pinal, for his individual amendments.
There are amendments, Mr. President, and
the gentleman may proceed.
Yes, the next three amendments all come from Senator Risa Ontiveros, Mr. President. On page 4, line 6, after the phrase "in accordance with law," add the following sentence: "This shall be without prejudice to a periodic review of the terms of the lease to be done by the BOI or the appropriate IPA, period. The continuation of the lease shall be subject to the condition that it remains equitable for all interested parties." Therefore, the second paragraph of Section 4A, as quoted under Section 3 of our bill, will now read as follows. Section 4A, Operative Act of Registration, second paragraph. The registered lease contract shall not be subject to collateral attack. It cannot be altered, modified, or cancelled except in a direct proceeding in accordance with law. This shall be without prejudice to a periodic review of the terms of the lease to be done by the BOI or the appropriate IPA. The continuation of the lease shall be subject to the condition that it remains equitable for all interested parties. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none. Amendment is approved.
On page 4, line 27, after the phrase, may andito. Pati ba? Yes, sir. Andito na to eh. Okay. After the phrase, line 27, contributions to the country and insert the line I'm sorry, Mr. President, I will rephrase. On page 4, line 27, after the phrase contributions to the country, insert the line and the communities in which the land is located. Therefore, making subparagraph 4 read as follows. In addition to the conditions for the renewal of a lease contract, the foreign lessee shall show that it has made social and economic contributions to the country and the communities in which the land is located. Then retain the semicolon and the word "and." Thank you. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
On page 5, line 3, insert a new paragraph 6 under section 4 as follows. Number 6, close and open parentheses. In the case of agricultural and agroforestry lands, the terms of the lease shall be subject to the rules on conversion and the rules of the Department of Agrarian Reform, open parenthesis DAR, capital DAR, close parenthesis, governing joint venture agreements in agroforestry lands, period. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
That would be all, Mr. President.
Mr. President, with no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of amendment.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2898. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Senate Bill number 2898 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations and thank you, Senator Pimentel.
Yes,
Majority Leader?
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill numbers 5851, 7007, 5828, 5831, 5832, 5837, 5836, 5833, 5556.
Session is suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, I withdraw the previous motion. Instead, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2897 under Committee Report number 426. This is the bill amending the Safe Spaces Act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
There being no member who wishes to interpret, I move to close the period of interpellation. Safe Spaces. Carry isa to eh.
Any objection? Period of interpellation and debate is hereby is now closed.
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2897.
Amendments.
I withdraw that previous motion, Mr. President. Minute suspension.
1 minute suspension.
With no committee or individual amendment, I move to approve on.
Close.
I move to close the period of amendment, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of individual and committee amendments hereby closed.
With
Majority
no,
Leader?
with no committee or individual amendment, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2897. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Senate Bill number 2897 is approved on third reading. On second reading rather.
Minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill numbers 7514, 8186, 8279, 8280, 9468, 10835, 3401, 4275, 5659, 6556, 8283, 9651, 9652, 9654, and 9664. These are the bills on the creation of LTO district offices. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
Having sponsored the measure, I move for an omnibus interpellation considering that the interpretations therein are applicable to all the aforementioned bills.
LTO.
LTO. Andiyan na. Tayo na.
Okay na raw. JB, wala na.
Tatepan ako ba?
Majority Leader?
I move to recognize the sponsor of all the measures, Senator Rafi Tulfo, and to interpolate our Minority Leader.
There being no member who registered to interpolate.
Since there no other member wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of interpolation, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we open the period of amendment. So move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none. Period of amendments is hereby open. Senator Tulfo, the distinguished sponsor, is recognized to propose his amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. On House Bill number 7514 under Committee Report number 371, no amendment, Mr. President.
Kindly continue.
I so move, Mr. President.
Kindly continue with other bills. I thought there were only the amendments.
Okay. On House Bill number 8186 under Committee Report number 373, no amendment, Mr. President. So move, Mr. President. So I move, Mr. President. On House Bill number 8279 under Committee Report number 374, no amendment, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
With the permission of the gentleman, session is suspended. For the record, the understanding of the chair is if there are no proposed amendments to certain House bills, then it is deemed that there are no amendments. So may we ask that only those House bills that we are considering omnibussly with amendments be read by the distinguished sponsor. So the sponsor is recognized, sir.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir.
On House Bill number 3401 under Committee Report number 412, on page 2, lines 1 to 3, delete the entire section which pertains to implementing rules and regulations and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 4275 under Committee Report number 410, on lines 4 to 7, delete the entire section which pertains to implementing rules and regulations and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 5659 under Committee Report number 404, on lines 1 to 2, delete entire section. Delete entire section 1 and will be read as follows. Section 1, the existing LTO Extensions Office in the Municipality of San Miguel in the 2nd District, Province of Iloilo is hereby converted into a regular district office. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Change the title of the bill from an act creating a Class D District Office of the Land Transportation Office in the Municipality of Nabua, Camarines Sur to an act converting the existing Land Transportation Office Extension Office in Municipality of San Miguel in the 2nd District, Province of Iloilo into a regular district office and appropriating funds thereof. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 6556 under Committee Report number 388, on lines 10 to 11, delete the entire section and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Being none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 8283 under Committee Report number 393, on line 3, after the word Batangas, insert a period, then delete all succeeding words up to line 6. Section 1 will now read as follows. There is hereby established a district office of the Land Transportation Office to be located in the Municipality of Padre Garcia, Province of Batangas. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
On the House Bill number 9651 under Committee Report number 406, on lines 1 to 3, delete entire Section 1 and replace with the following. Section 1, the existing LTO Extension Office in the Municipality of Pili, Province of Camarines Sur is hereby converted into a regular district office. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
On lines 9 to 12, delete the entire Section 3 and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Change the title of the bill from an act creating a regular Land Transportation Office district office in the Municipality of Pili, Province of Camarines Sur and appropriating funds thereof to an act converting the existing Land Transportation Office Extension Office in the Municipality of Pili, Province of Camarines Sur into a regular district office and appropriating funds thereof. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 9652 under Committee Report number 420, on lines 8 to 10, delete the entire section and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 9654 under Committee Report number 417, on lines 9 to 12, delete the entire section and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 9664 under Committee Report number 415, on lines 9 to 12, delete the entire section and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 5731 under Committee Report number 403, on lines 1 to 4, delete entire Section 1 and replace with the following.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? What House bill is that?
This is House Bill number 5731 under Committee Report number 403, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we close the period of amendments on the aforementioned measures. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7514 under Committee Report number 371. I so move, Mr. President.
Since this was taken omnibussly, we can approve it omnibussly as well to save on time. Or
With the,
since we took it up omnibussly, do you want each and every bill to be read separately, or can we approve it omnibussly as well? It's a question. Session suspended.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, especially with our minority leader, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7514 under Committee Report number 371, House Bill number 8186 under Committee Report number 373, House Bill number 8279 under Committee Report number 374, House Bill number 8280 under Committee Report number 380, House Bill number 9468 under Committee Report number 381, House Bill number 10835 under Committee Report number 377, House Bill number 3401 under Committee Report number 412, House Bill number 4275 under Committee Report number 410, House Bill number 5659 under Committee Report number 404, House Bill number 6556 under Committee Report number 388, House Bill number 8283 under Committee Report number 393,
17.
House Bill number 9651 under Committee Report number 406, House Bill number 9652 under Committee Report number 420, House Bill number 9654 under Committee Report number 417, and House Bill number 9664 under Committee Report number 415. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the aforementioned bills and committee reports on the creation of LTO district offices are hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
President. We congratulate our distinguished sponsor. I now move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned House bills. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendment is approved. Rather, the suspension of the aforementioned bills is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill numbers 5731 and 10779. These are bills on the creation of LTO extension offices. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Consideration of the aforementioned bills are now in order. Chair recognizes the sponsor for any interpellation. If there are none, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
The distinguished sponsors recognize to propose amendments as we open now the period of amendments on the two House bills. The sponsor may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. On House Bill number 5731 under Committee Report number 403, on lines 1 to 4, delete entire section and replace with the following. Section 1, upgrading of the existing LTO Extension Office in Dolores, Eastern Samar. The existing LTO Extension Office in the Municipality of Dolores, Province of Eastern Samar is hereby converted into a regular district office. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On lines 11 to 13, delete the entire section 3 and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Change the title of the bill from an act establishing an extension office of the Land Transportation Office in the Municipality of Dolores, Province of Eastern Samar, and appropriating funds thereof to an act converting the existing Land Transportation Office Extension Office in the Municipality of Dolores, Province of Eastern Samar into a regular district office and appropriating funds thereof. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 10779, under Committee Report number 389, on lines 1 to 3, delete entire section and replace with the following. Section 1, the existing LTO Extension Office in the municipality of San Pascual, province of Batangas, is hereby converted into a regular district office. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On lines 10 to 11, delete the entire section 3 and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Change the title of the bill from an act establishing an extension office of the Land Transportation Office in the municipality of San Pascual, province of Batangas, and appropriating funds thereof, to an act converting the existing Land Transportation Office, Extension Office, in the municipality of San Pascual, province of Batangas, into a regular district office, and appropriating funds thereof. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Period of amendments are now closed.
Mr.
Majority Leader.
President, at this juncture, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 5731 under Committee Report number 403 and House Bill number 10779 under Committee Report number 389. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the motion to approve the aforementioned bills creating LTO extension offices? There being none, the aforementioned bills are approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We congratulate again our hardworking, esteemed colleagues who is still here, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill numbers 5911, 8152, 8281, 8282, 9649, 9758, 9047, 9625, 9650, 9757, 10773, 10776, 10781, 10785, and 10837. These are all bills on the conversion of LTO extension offices into a regular LTO district offices. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? The aforementioned bills are now under consideration, and Chair recognizes the sponsor to receive interpellation or interjections and amendments, if any, unless there are none. Majority
Mr.
Leader.
President, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Period of interpellation and debate are now closed. Is now
Mr.
closed.
President, I move that we open the period of amendments. I so move and, sorry, Mr. President, and ask that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure.
Given that we are taking these bills omnibussly, may I ask the sponsor to kindly read only the amendments to the affected bills. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. On House Bill number 9047, under Committee Report number 408, on lines 12 to 14, delete the entire section 3 and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 9625, under Committee Report number 407, on line 3, after the word office, insert a period, then delete all succeeding words up to line 5. The new section 1 will now read as the Extension Office of the Land Transportation Office, located in the municipality of Tuao, province of Cagayan, is hereby converted into a regular district office. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Change the title of the bill from an act converting the Extension Office of the Land Transportation Office, located in the municipality of Tuao, province of Cagayan, into a regular district office, transferring its location to the municipality of Solana, province of Cagayan, and appropriating funds thereof, to read as an act converting the Extension Office of the Land Transportation Office, located in the municipality of Tuao, province of Cagayan, into a regular district office, and appropriating funds thereof. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 9650, under Committee Report number 419, on lines 9 to 12, delete the entire section and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 9757, under Committee Report number 4 11. On lines 10 to 13, delete the entire section and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none. Amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 10773 and the committee report number 413, on lines 10 to 11, delete the entire section 3 and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none. Amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 10776 and the committee report number 398, on lines 9 to 10, delete the entire section and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none. Amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 10789 and the committee report number 397, on lines 10 to 11, delete the entire section and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none. Amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 10785 and the committee report number 396, on lines 10 to 11, delete the entire section and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none. Amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 10837 under committee report number 400, on page 1, lines 10 to 11, delete the entire section and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none. Amendment is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of amendment is now closed.
Mr.
Majority Leader?
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 5911 under Committee Report number 379. House Bill number 8152 under Committee Report number 372. House Bill number 8281 under Committee Report number 375. House Bill number 8282 under Committee Report number 376. House Bill number 9649 under Committee Report number 386. House Bill number 9758 under Committee Report number 387. House Bill number 9047 under Committee Report number 408. House Bill number 9625 under Committee Report number 407. House Bill number 9650 under Committee Report number 419. House Bill number 9757 under Committee Report number 411. House Bill number 10773 under Committee Report number 413. House Bill number 10776 under Committee Report number 398. House Bill number 10781 under Committee Report number 397. House Bill number 10785 under Committee Report number 396. And House Bill number 10837 under Committee Report number 400. I so move, Mr. President.
Can you repeat? Joke lang.
May we ask
Any
the
objection?
real majority?
Hearing none. The aforementioned bills on the conversion of LTO extension offices into a regular LTO district office is hereby approved on second reading. Majority
Thank you
Leader?
very much, Mr. President. I move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned House bills. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill numbers 9048, 9049, 9469, 9626, 9627, 8284, 9653, 9655, 10671, 10774, 10775, 10777, 10778, 10780, 10782, 10784, 10838, and 10839. These are all bills on the reclassification of LTO district offices. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Consideration of the aforementioned bills are now in order. The sponsor is recognized to receive interpellation unless there is none.
Mr. President, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate on the aforementioned bills. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Period of interpellation and debate is now closed.
Mr. President,
Majority
I
Leader?
move that we open the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Period of amendments are now open, and the distinguished sponsor is recognized to propose amendments to the affected or the bills with committee amendments. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. On House Bill number 8284 under Committee Report number 394, on line 3, delete the word converted and replace it with the word upgraded. Section 1 will now read as the existing land transportation office, district office in the municipality of Dapa, Surigao del Norte, Dapa District Office, is hereby upgraded into a Class C LTO District Office and renamed as Siargao LTO District Office. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is approved.
Change the title of the bill from an act converting the Land Transportation Office, DAPA District Office, into a Class C LTO District Office, renaming the same as LTO Siargao District Office and appropriating funds thereof, to an act upgrading the Land Transportation Office, DAPA District Office, into a Class C LTO District Office, renaming the same as LTO Siargao District Office and appropriating funds thereof. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 9653 under Committee Report number 41A, on lines 9 to 12, delete the entire section and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 9655 under Committee Report number 416, on lines 9 to 12, delete the entire section and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 10671 under Committee Report number 414, on lines 9 to 10, delete the entire section and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 10774 under Committee Report number 405, on lines 8 to 9, delete the entire section and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 10775 under Committee Report number 399, on lines 10 to 11, delete the entire section and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 10777 under Committee Report number 390, on lines 10 to 11, delete the entire section 3 and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 10778 under Committee Report number 409, on lines 9 to 10, delete the entire section 3 and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
An act upgrading the offices of the Land Transportation Office in Baguio City by converting the LTO District Office into a Class A District Office and the LTO Licensing Center into a regular Class B Licensing Center, providing positions thereto and appropriating funds thereof. Therefore, on lines 2, after the word office, delete all succeeding words up to the word center in line 4. Section 1 will now read as the District Office of the Land Transportation Office in Baguio City is hereby converted into a Class A District Office, providing the appropriate personnel for their operation. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On line 7, delete the phrase and Class B Licensing Center. Section 2 will now read as follows. The Secretary of Transportation shall include in the department's program the operationalization of LTO Class A District Office, the initial funding of which shall be charged against the current year's appropriation of the said office. Thereafter, the funding of which shall be included in the Annual General Appropriation Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
On lines 11 to 12, delete the entire section 3 and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Change the title of the bill from an act upgrading the offices of the Land Transportation Office in Baguio City by converting the LTO District Office into a Class A District Office and then the LTO Licensing Center into a regular Class B Licensing Center, providing positions thereto and appropriating funds thereof, to read as follows. An act upgrading the office of the Land Transportation Office in the city of Baguio into a Class A District Office, providing positions thereto and appropriating funds therefor. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 10782 under Committee Report number 392, on lines 9 to 10, delete the entire section and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 10784 under Committee Report number 395, on lines 10 to 11, delete the entire section and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On House Bill number 10838 under Committee Report number 401, on page 1, lines 1 to 5, delete the entire section and replace with Section 1, the LTO office in the municipality of Lamut province of Ifugao is hereby upgraded into a Class C district office. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On page 1, line 8, after the word Ifugao, delete the phrase "and the regular Class D LTO office in Alfonso Lista, Ifugao." On page 1, line 10, delete the letters in the word offices. Section 2 will now read as follows. The Secretary of Transportation shall include the department's program and operationalization of the Class C LTO district office in Lamut, Ifugao. The initial funding shall be charged against the current year's appropriation for the said office. Thereafter, the funding of which shall be included in the annual General Appropriations Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On page 2, lines 1 to 3, delete the entire section and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Change the title of the bill from an act upgrading the offices of the Land Transportation Office in the province of Ifugao by classifying its district office in the municipality of Lamut into a Class C district office and converting its extension office in the municipality of Alfonso Lista into a regular district office and appropriating funds therefore to an act upgrading the office of the Land Transportation Office in the municipality of Lamut, province of Ifugao into a Class C district office and appropriating funds therefore. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
And finally, on House Bill number 10839, under Committee Report number 402, on lines 10 to 11, delete the entire section and renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
That's all for the House Bill number 1810039 under Committee Report number.
Mr. President, I move that we close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments is now closed.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 9048 under Committee Report number 378. House Bill number 9049, House Bill number 9469, House Bill number 9626, House Bill number 9627, House Bill number 8284, House Bill number 9653, House Bill number 9655, House Bill number 10671, House Bill number 10774, House Bill number 10775, House Bill number 10778, House Bill number 10780, House Bill number 10782, House Bill number 10784, House Bill number 10838, and House Bill number 10839. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the aforementioned bill seeking to reclassify LTO district offices is now approved on second reading. Congratulations to the distinguished sponsor for passing about 50 bills, if I'm not mistaken, on LTO offices.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
The gentleman, Mr. President, is asking if he needs to treat all of us tonight, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, no thanks. I'd say no thanks. But, Mr. President, just for our education, because Senator Padilla and Senator Ejercito we were just talking about this. With all this reclassification, Mr. President, you being here in the Senate and in legislation for God knows how long, maybe no, Mr. President, why can't we do this through an administrative order? Do we really have to pass a law? Just
Because
to
if there is
reclassify?
no law, there is no budget for it. It can be established by the LTO itself, very much like TESDA training centers, but we pass laws in order to have a basis to appropriate funds for it.
Even
But
for just reclassification?
yes,
Mr.
because it would involve a totally different budgetary appropriation to a higher district office.
Thank you, Mr.
But I wish it
President.
would
But
have been
perhaps,
otherwise.
Mr. President, we can also revisit the mother law and perhaps come up with another law so that we will not be bothered anymore to keep on doing this every time these things would come up, Mr. President.
It includes the establishment of high schools and elementary schools as well.
Including, Mr. President, just the adding of hospital beds, Mr. President.
Exactly.
Anyway, Mr. President, I now move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned House bill. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Order of reference.
reference?
Mr. President, may we now proceed to additional reference of business. I so move, Mr. President.
Secretary General is directed to comply.
Second additional reference of business bills on first reading. Senate number 2902, an act strengthening the governance and management of the Philippine Science High School system and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Zubiri.
Any I'm referred to the Committee on
Science.
Science and Technology, Ways and Means and Finance.
Resolutions, proposed Senate Resolution 1213, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the status of the implementation of the amnesty proclamations of President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., Senators Padilla and Zubiri.
Referred to the Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation.
Committee reports. Committee Report 431, jointly by the Committees on Public Services, Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, Ways and Means and Finance of Senate number 2903 with Senators Lapi, Tolentino, Zubiri, Gatchalian, Tulfo, and Estrada as authors. An act providing for the administrative reform and reorganization of the Philippine Coast Guard, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 9993, otherwise known as the Philippine Coast Guard Law of 2009, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 2540, 2561, 2648, 2650, 2864, and 2870. Sponsor Senator Tulfo.
Referred to the calendar for ordinary business.
432, jointly by the Committees on Public Services, Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, Ways and Means and Finance on House number 10841. An act fixing the term of the office of the Philippine Coast Guard Commandant, recommending its approval through amendment by substitution. Sponsor Senator Tulfo.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Sa'yo ba to?
Batang magaling gawin, di ba? Gusto mo yan?
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, at this juncture and with the consent of the body, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill numbers 5851, 7007, 5828, 5831, 5832, 5837, 5836, 5833, 5556, 5850, 5841, 9771, 5846, 5852, 7004, 6158, 5845, 7008, 5827, 5847, 3965, and 3969. These are all bills declaring holidays. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the consideration of the aforementioned bills is now in order.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The parliamentary status of the measure, Mr. President, is that these aforementioned bills have been previously sponsored, and I move now to open the period of interpellations and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
May we recognize, Mr. President, the distinguished sponsor of the aforementioned bill, Senator J.V. Ejercito, for his amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
We recognize the sponsor, Senator J.V. Ejercito.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. House Bill number 5851, Senate Bill number 11797, under Committee Report number 168, an act declaring November 12 of every year a regular non-working holiday in the city of Valenzuela in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. The amendments are as follows. On line 1, delete regular and replace it with special. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring November 12 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Valenzuela in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved.
Next, Mr. President, is House Bill number 7007, under Committee Report number 348. On line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 3, after the word Isabela, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, July 8 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the said city. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring July 8 of every year a special working holiday in the city of Isabela, Province of Basilan, in celebration of the Feast of Saint Elizabeth of Portugal, to be known as Fiesta Alegria de Isabela. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is, the amendment is approved.
Next, Mr. President, is House Bill number 5828 under Committee Report number 350. On line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 4, after the word Santiago, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, January 29 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the said municipality. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring January 29 of every year a special working holiday in the municipality of Santa Maria, province of Bulacan, to be known as Francisco Santiago Day in honor of the life and music of Filipino musician and composer Francisco Santiago. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved.
House Bill number 5831 under Committee Report number 351. On line 1, delete delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
After na lang. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 3, after the word fully, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, November 4 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the said province. So move, Mr. President.
Okay na?
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring November 4 of every year as a special working holiday in the province of Quezon in commemoration of the death anniversary of revolutionary hero Apolinario de la Cruz, popularly known as Hermanopoli. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
House Bill number 5832 under Committee Report number 352. On line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 3, after the word cross, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, September 14 shall be a special non-working holiday in the said municipality. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring September 14 of every year a special working holiday in the municipality of Santa Cruz, province of Occidental Mindoro, in celebration of the feast day of the Holy Cross. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
House Bill number 5837 under Committee Report number 353. On line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, lines 3 and 4, delete entire proviso after God and replace it with a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, March 30 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the city of Puerto Princesa. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring March 30 of every year a special working holiday in the city of Puerto Princesa in commemoration of its declaration as the city of the living God. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
House Bill number 5836 under Committee Report number 354. On line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 2, after the word lechon, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, June 24 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the said municipality. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring June 24 of every year a special working holiday in the municipality of Balayan, province of Batangas, in celebration of the Parada ng Lechon. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
House Bill number 5833 under Committee Report number 355. On line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 3, after the word Jesus, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, November 22 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the said municipality. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows, declaring an act declaring November 22 of every year a special working holiday in the municipality of Santa Maria, province of Bulacan, to be known as Huseng Batute Day in honor of the life and literary work of Filipino poet and writer Jose Corazon de Jesus. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
House Bill number 5556 under Committee Report number 356. On line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 2, after the word day, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, July 22 of every year, shall be a special non-working holiday in the said municipality. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. Declaring an act declaring July 22 of every year a special working holiday in the municipality of Kawit, province of Cavite, in commemoration of its anniversary. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
House Bill number 5850 under Committee Report number 357. On line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 3, after the word Katipunan, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, January 26 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in Quezon City in commemoration of the said anniversary. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring January 26 of every year as a special working holiday in Quezon City to be known as Tandang Sora Day in commemoration of the birth anniversary of Melchor Aquino, also known in the Philippine history as the mother of the Katipunan. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
House Bill number 5841 under Committee Report number 358. On line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 3, after the word anniversary, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, September 6 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the said municipality. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring September 6 of every year a special working holiday in the municipality of Mendez Nunez, province of Cavite, in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
House Bill number 9771 under Committee Report number 359. On line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 3, after the word Sakayan, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, April 25 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the said city. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring April 25 of every year a special working holiday in the city of Isabela, province of Basilan, in commemoration of its Charter Day anniversary to be known as Araw ng Isabela de Basilan, Araw ng Sakayan. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
House Bill number 5846 under Committee Report number 360. On line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 3, after the word anniversary, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, September 21 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the said municipality. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring September 21 of every year a special working holiday in the municipality of San Mateo, province of Rizal, to be known as Araw ng Bayan ng San Mateo in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
House Bill number 5852 under Committee Report number 361. On line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 3, after the word anniversary, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, April 1 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the said municipality. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring April 1 of every year a special working holiday in the municipality of Santa Cruz, province of Occidental Mindoro, to be known as Araw ng Santa Cruz in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
House Bill number 7004 under Committee Report number 363. On line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 2, after the word festival, insert a new last sentence. Read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, the last Friday of May of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the said province. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring the last Friday of May of every year a special working holiday in the province of Catanduanes in celebration of the Abaca Festival. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
House Bill number 6158 under Committee Report number 365. On line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 3, after the word country, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, October 27 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the said province. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring October 27 of every year a special working holiday in the province of Sarangani in recognition of the unique contribution of the indigenous peoples of Sarangani to the rich and diverse cultural heritage of the Philippines. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
House Bill number 5845 under Committee Report number 366. On line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 3, after the word anniversary, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, July 1 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the said city. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring July 1 of every year a special working holiday in the city of San Carlos, province of Negros Occidental, in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
For House Bill number 7008, there's no amendment, Mr. President.
Noted.
House Bill number 5827 under Committee Report number 362 on page 1, between lines 3 and 4, insert a new section to read as follows. Section 2, repealing clause, Republic Act number 8986 declaring March 21 as a working holiday in the city of Calapan is hereby repealed. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
And to renumber the sections accordingly. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Likewise, Mr. President, House Bill number 5847 has no amendment.
Duly noted.
House Bill number 3965 under Committee Report number 35. On line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 3, after the word day, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, July 15 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the said city. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring July 15 of every year a special working holiday in the Cordillera Administrative Region to be known as Cordillera Day in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. Commemoration of its foundation day. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
And last, Mr. President, House Bill number 3969 under Committee Report number 129. On line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 3, after the word day, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, March 7 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the said city. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring March 7 of every year a special working holiday in the island garden city of Samal, province of Davao del Norte, in commemoration of its foundation. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
That's all, Mr. President.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of amendments hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 5851, 7007, 5828, 5831, 5832, 5837, 5836, 5833, 5556, 5850, 5841, 9771, 5846, 5852, 7004, 6158, 5845, 7008, 5827, 5847, 3965, and 3969. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. The aforementioned bills are hereby approved on second reading concerning local holidays.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, the gentleman from Valenzuela, is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Sherwin Gatchalian?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. I know this is a belated sponsorship speech, Mr. President. Nevertheless, as we all know, I hail from the city of Valenzuela, and with the permission of the body, let me allow me to spread into the records my sponsorship speech on this measure, Mr. President.
May the gentleman specify the House bill so that we can attach the speech of the gentleman
It's House-
for record purposes to the aforementioned bill.
Yeah, for the record, Mr. President, it's House Bill number 5851 under Committee Report number 168.
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, a pleasant day to you all. I stand today before you not just as a legislator, but as a proud Valenzuelano. It is with great honor to co-sponsor House Bill number 5851, which seeks to declare November 12 as a regular non-working holiday in the city of Valenzuela in commemoration of its founding anniversary. Many of you may know that Valenzuela holds a special place in my heart. Having served as the city mayor for 3 terms, I witnessed firsthand the resilience, the spirit of innovation, and the unwavering passion that defines our city. November 12 marks a pivotal moment in our history, the day Valenzuela was formally established. Its date etched in the memories of our residents, a day we celebrate the journey that brought us to where we are today. Ginong Pangulo, ang pagdiriwang ng araw ng pagkakatatag ng aming pinakamamahal na lungsod ay tunay na makabuluhan para sa aming mga Valenzuelano, lalo't na't sumasalamin ito sa aming katangi-tanging kasaysayan. Ang dating tahimik na bayan ng mga mangingisda at magsasaka, ngayon ay isang sentro ng mga pinakamahusay na kasanayan sa pamamahala at mga inobasyon. Sa bawat sulok ng Valenzuela, makikita rin ang mga bakas ng ating makulay na kasaysayan, mula sa mga lumang gusali at simbahan hanggang sa mga modernong pasilidad at institusyon. Mr. President, through this proposed measure, we give Valenzuelanos the opportunity to celebrate the accomplishments and progress of Valenzuela City. It is a day for us to remember our roots, pay tribute to the generations who came before us, and to inspire future generations to continue our legacy. Before I end, allow me also to commend Senator J.V. Arcito for sponsoring this measure. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, let us pass this bill and give the Valenzuelanos the recognition they deserve. Let us honor Valenzuela's past, celebrate the city's present, and look forward to a future filled with promise. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Thank you. Duly noted, entered into the records in the aforementioned House bill by the distinguished Senator. Majority Floor Leader.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session is suspended.
And I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2805 under Committee Report number 311. This is the bill on the Movie and Television Review and Classification Board Act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, having closed the period of
My understanding is, since we will be proposing during the period of amendments a substitute bill,
Yes, Mr. President.
we will close the period of interpolation and amendment, proceed to the period of amendments without prejudice to subjecting the substitute bill to the period of interpolation and debate.
Yes, Mr. President, we have clearly conveyed the message to our minority leader, and I'm getting his nod, Mr. President. And so with that, Mr. President, and having closed the period of interpellation and with no committee amendment, I now move that we open the period of individual amendments and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Robin Hood C. Padilla. So move, Mr.
The
President.
gentleman is recognized to make his individual amendment by substitution. The gentleman may proceed.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa atin pong pinunong mayoriya. In accordance with Rule 29, Section 82, Paragraph 2 of the Rules of the Senate, and with the consent of the body, this representation seeks to amend by substitution Senate Bill number 2805 under Committee Report number 311. This amendment by substitution hopes to address the collective queries and legal issues pertaining to the bill. With that, Mr. President, and with the permission of the body, I move that we amend the bill by deleting the entire text after the enacting clause and replacing the same with the provisions contained in the proposed amendment by substitution, as filed with the legislative bills and index service and distributed through email to the offices of the senators yesterday, December 10, 2024. Further, I also move that the text thereof be considered as read into the record. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the motion to amend by substitution and the same being deemed read into the records? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
Thank you
Majority
very much,
Leader.
Mr. President. Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to further study the substitute measure, Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2805. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1273 under Committee Report number 312. This is the bill on the Muslim Filipinos, indigenous peoples, and other denominations' access to Public Cemeteries Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order.
Mr. President, having closed the period of interpellations and debate, I now move that we open the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
May we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the Honorable Senator Robin Hood Padilla, for his amendments. So move, Mr.
The
President.
gentleman may proceed.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pong pinunong mayoriya. I move that the committee amendments as contained in the committee report be considered as read into the records. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendments as contained in the committee report of the bill being deemed read into the records and approved? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no other committee nor individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. The aforementioned bill is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1273. I so move,
There
Mr.
being no
President.
objection, motion is approved. Congratulations, Senator Padilla. Sponsorship na lang. Insert lang, insert.
Mr. President, at this...
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Padilla?
Meron lamang po akong natanggap na sulat, galing po ay kay Senator Tulfo, requesting na maging co-author po ng the same measure. I move that
Noted.
he made co-author, Mr.
Noted
President.
and entered into the records.
I will take this opportunity, Mr. President, to put into the records of this August chamber the desire of this representation to co-sponsor the LTO aforementioned bills and so as some of the bills because I know that I'm one of the co-sponsor of that holiday in Santa Maria, Bulacan, Mr. President. Just to put that on record, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I now move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 431 on Senate Bill number 2903. This is the bill on the reorganization of Philippine Coast Guard. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Secretary General is directed to comply.
An act providing for the administrative reform and reorganization of the Philippine Coast Guard, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 9993, otherwise known as the Philippine Coast Guard Law of 2009.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move
Okay lang po dito na ako. Session is suspended.
to sponsor the measure. May we recognize our hardworking, super hardworking Senate President, Senator Francis Chis Escudero. So move, Mr. President.
Our Senate President Francis Escudero is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Upon prior authority being given by the Chairman of the Committee on Public Services and Transportation, Senator Raffy Tulfo, this representation has the honor to sponsor the aforementioned bill on the modernization of the Philippine Coast Guard. Mr. President, Your Honors, the Coast Guard has been around for the longest time. However, it has never been the subject of any modernization attempts, especially given the current problems we have in the West Philippine Sea. Mr. President, Your Honor, this is a brief sponsorship speech concerning the bill, which I will outline in brief. It seeks, Mr. President, among others, to streamline the Coast Guard in order to enable it to perform its functions under the current situation, especially given the problem in the West Philippine Sea. It seeks to stabilize the ranks, the emoluments, the salary, including provisions for longevity pay, as well as survivorship. Likewise, Mr. President, it seeks to provide for a fixed term for the Commandant of the Philippine Coast Guard similar to the provision found with respect to the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines in order to provide stability for the aforementioned office. Mr. President, Your Honor, in regard to the other details of this proposed measure, may I ask that the longer and more complete sponsorship speech be inserted into the records, together with the sponsorship speech of the distinguished chairperson and author of the measure, Senator Raffy Tulfo. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of the said measure. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2903 is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 432 on House Bill number 10841. This is the bill on fixing the term of office of the Philippine Coast Guard. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 10841 on the Committee Report number 432. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved. Consideration of House Bill number 10841 is now in order. The Secretary will read only the title without prejudice to insert into the records the whole text thereof.
An act fixing the term of the office of the Philippine Coast Guard Commandant.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize our Senate President, Senator Francis Chis Escudero. So move, Mr. President.
Our Senate President Francis Chis Escudero is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As with the previous measure, upon the previous authority being given to this representation by the chairperson of the Committee on Public Service and Transportation, I have the honor to sponsor the measure with respect to the fixing of the term of the Commandant of the Philippine Coast Guard. Mr. President, Your Honors, this bill is an open and shut bill seeking merely to provide a fixed term of 3 years to the Commandant of the Philippine Coast Guard, similar to what we have with respect to the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. This is to provide stability to the position and leadership within the Philippine Coast Guard, especially given the problems you're facing currently within the West Philippine Sea. This, Mr. President, admittedly, is part and parcel of the modernization bill that I sponsored earlier. However, given the intent to provide such a stability within the Philippine Coast Guard, to include the current commandant of the Philippine Coast Guard, which we do not hide nor keep from our colleagues, we carved out this particular portion of the modernization bill in order to give it a fighting chance of being approved ahead and within the time prescribed prior to the retirement of the current commandant of the Philippine Coast Guard, given the complexities involved in the modernization bill en toto or as a whole. However, while the modernization bill increases the retirement age to 57, we did not touch that provision, retirement age still at 56, but with a provision for a fixed term of 3 years, which may go beyond the retirement age of 56 years old unless sooner terminated or removed by the President, again similarly to the situation with the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Again, Mr. President, we thank you, and upon being given prior authority, may I ask that the sponsorship speech of the distinguished chairperson, Senator Tulfo, of the Committee on Transportation and Public Services be inserted into the records. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, may we just insert into the records the sponsorship speech of Senator Sherwin Gatchalian on this particular measure, House Bill number 10841, together with the other measure that we previously tackled concerning the Philippine Coast Guard. I so move, Mr. President.
Objection, there being a motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 10841. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, consideration of said House Bill is now suspended.
Just some administrative matters, Mr. President. I move to transfer the committee referral of Senate Bill number 2888, the bill on the Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated franchise, from the Committee on Rules to the Committee on Public Services. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 18 of the Rules of the Senate and upon the instruction of the distinguished Senator Rafi Tulfo as chairperson of the Committee on Public Services, may I manifest the creation of a subcommittee to deliberate on the following bills on the Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated, Senate Bill number 2888 and House Bill number 11072, and such other bills which may be referred to the Committee on Public Services covering the same topic, with Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri as chairperson. I so manifest, Mr. President.
Manifestation is noted.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, December 16, 2024. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday, December 16, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. President, and we thank our Senate staff.